series. And we're going to be going over the Giza Death Star. And I wanted to pick up again this entangling or this coupling to the heavens, because you and I were talking before we started recording, and there is a place in, I want to say, the Book of Enoch that was edited by Charles Worth, a 2-volume set, pseudepigrapha. There's somewhere in those books where I read that the heavens were open unto the third heaven from the earth. I think before Adam and Eve did their thing and got kicked out, and then everything changed. If we read that in the language, Joseph, that it was written in the way it was translated, could we consider that was an entangling of heaven and earth at that time?
Well, yes, I think so, and let me give a bit of background to that answer. One of the things that I do, or began to do, in the Giza Death Star, which was the first book, is that I examined some ancient Hermetic texts that have an Egyptian provenance. They were written in Greek, but of course they were written in Egypt, so it's likely they were based on some sort of antecedent textual or traditional teaching. And in those texts, it's very clear that the way that the Hermeticists think is in terms of a constant bond, the old Hermetic adage, as above, so below. And, if we pursue that for a moment into the actual layout of Egypt itself, the temples and so on along the Nile Valley, and more particularly with the layout of the Giza compound, and then even more particularly with the Great Pyramid itself, we find a number of celestial alignments. People have pointed out, that I think it was Robert Bauval, Graham Hancock, and people in that school of alternative research have pointed out, and quite correctly, that the arrangement of the 3 larger pyramids at Giza fits the arrangement very neatly of the 3 main stars in the belt of the constellation Orion. So we have all of these things. And one of the things that I do over the first 2 Giza Death Star books is I point out that the geometries that one finds in the Great Pyramid embody dimensional analogs of many of the geometries in local celestial space, namely the local solar system. For example, you can find analogs of the distance from the Earth to the Sun. You can find analogs of the neutral point of gravity between the Earth and the Moon, and so on and so on and so on. Now, I think what this means in terms of the weapon hypothesis for the Great Pyramid is that whoever engineered the structure was trying to make it as efficient a harmonic oscillator of these local systems. And there's your coupling, because a harmonic oscillator, if you'll recall from one of our previous talks, is like sitting at a piano, an acoustic piano keyboard, and silently pressing any particular note. And if you strike that same note an octave lower, you will hear the note that you're silently pressing vibrating in sympathy with it. So I think that this is what's going on. Now, in answer to your question about Enoch and heaven and coupling to heaven, very obviously the first thing would be that to the ancient mind, heaven as a spiritual place of the abode of the blessed was oftentimes coupled with, or in their mind understood to be, a very physical reality. So we have that at work. And then we have, from the Sumerian tradition, the constant references to something called the Dur Anki, which simply means bond, heaven, earth. So in other words, this type of thinking is very, very prevalent in those societies. And I think, again, that kind of thinking is really a legacy from that very sophisticated civilization that I think must necessarily have predated them.
Yeah.
So there's your coupling effect, and I think that, yes, if we extend this paleophysical analysis of text that I do in those books, that we can probably make a case that some of these expressions in the pseudepigraphal works can be taken in the same way.
In other words, sort of a very early kind of scientific jargon.
Right, and that's an excellent point, because one of the things that I think happened with the demise of that very ancient high civilization was that in order to preserve the legacy, the scientific legacy, the only technical language that was left, if you take our society and hit it with a sudden cataclysm, it's going to be very hard to make our immediate descendants understand the refinements of quantum mechanics or things of that sort, because the infrastructure for investigating those things will no longer be present. So it'll sound like we're talking nothing but mysticism.
Yeah.
Well, I think something similar happened in ancient times. I think that this metaphysical language was the most technical language that they had to speak of some of these things in. And that's why I think that, to a certain extent, we have to approach metaphysical statements in ancient texts rather carefully, because, as you know, one of the things that I attempt to demonstrate in the third Giza Death Star book with all of the topological equations is that you can take those texts and analyze them actually in terms of a formally explicit calculus. In other words, you can take the concepts and simply write them in mathematical notation. So that tells me that this is probably what once took place, and that the people that are writing these texts are really not aware in terms of the science or the mathematics that they're preserving, but they're at least preserving the conceptual metaphor, and that's the key point.
Okay, now, another question that I had before we started recording. We should start recording before we start.
Before we record.
We have some interesting conversations.
Yes, we do.
In the book of Revelation, now John has this vision.
Right.
And he sees a new heaven, a new earth, and the sky rolls up like a scroll. Well, to me, this is scientific stuff.
Right, yes.
He probably didn't understand, words to give to explain it thoroughly, what he was seeing. But, could this be this coupling when they, Christians talk about the restoration of the planet? Could this have something to do with it, this coupling?
Well, in specific reference to this rolling up like a scroll, I think that, yes, that it is possibly capable of a scientific explanation, in that torsion itself would have a very similar looking appearance if you could actually see it taking place in the fabric of space-time. It would look like, I've used the analogy of taking an empty soda can and wringing it like a dish rag, because, again, rolling up a scroll is doing something similar. It's taking a surface and then compacting that surface so that points that would not normally touch each other in the rolled up condition would do so. Yeah. So, that may very well be a metaphor for something like that kind of effect taking place. So I think, from the standpoint of theoretical possibilities, certainly it's possible.
Wow. That's very interesting.
It's kind of mind-boggling.
Joseph, wouldn't that be if something like that happened, wouldn't there be what we would term, if we were on the planet and that was going on, wouldn't that create a lot of violent upheaval?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Anything in the local system that is undergoing that, absolutely. It's going to experience some profound upheavals. The most likely being in the form of some form of acoustic cavitation. And of course, when we talk of acoustic cavitation on planets, we're talking about earthquakes. So, it would be just to use our Bell's expression, it would just be gigantously huge earthquakes.
Oh, I love that. Well, yeah, also, and I don't mean to keep harping on Scripture, but it says in the Gospels that this time that's coming, there will never have been a time on the earth like it.
Right. And, again, if we examine it in terms of these scientific possibilities or theoretical possibilities, it would indicate something of a truly cosmically shifting nature is occurring. And to my mind, there are but few candidates in the scientific literature that would be capable of doing something like that if one presupposed a technological means behind it. And torsion would certainly be one of them. Scalar electromagnetics would be another. But when we boil it right down to it, those two things really are kind of two sides of the same coin. So we're talking really, I think, Georgianne, about a kind of a paradigm shift in terms of physics that the West is a little bit behind, the Russians and the Eastern Europeans in appropriating and investigating some of these things.
Okay. Well, I agree with you there.
It's unfortunate to have to, to have to say that, but it's nonetheless true.
You're right. Okay. With the universe, you write in your book, has electric layers and a cellular structure.
Right.
Okay. Explain that.
Well, one of the metaphors, that's really a very interesting thing to dig into, because in the texts that I examine, particularly beginning in the Giza Death Star, one of the metaphors that you constantly run into in some of these texts, if you look at them from this paleophysical point of view, that there might be an actual physics behind it, is that they constantly refer to the universe as in the metaphor of a living creature. Now, when you dig into this a little bit further, what they're talking about, I believe, is that space-time itself has kind of a crystalline structure. It has a lattice structure, a cellular structure. And I think that's what they mean by it there. And it's very interesting that in the Giza Death Star destroyed, I mentioned the fact that in the Jewish tradition of Kabbalah, you find references to space being referred to as a crystal. And in fact, I think there's even a reference that I cite in the Giza Death Star destroyed from the book of Ezekiel that calls space a crystal. So there again you get the idea of space-time having an actual lattice structure. And once we've said that, Georgianne, we have really said something very profound scientifically, because, as you know from the papers that I include in the Giza Death Star destroyed, there are topological papers in theoretical physics that have come to essentially the same type of conclusion, that we're not dealing with just an empty void. We're dealing with something that has an actual underlying structure. So, that to me is a very sophisticated view, and it's yet one more indicator that something was going on way back when, before these things were even set down in these texts, and that these texts therefore preserve a very profound scientific metaphor. And there's one more thing I should add to that. Many people, particularly in the Christian community, I think when they examine these texts that refer to the universe as a living being, and, getting their theological knickers in a twist over it, I think they're really missing the point, because they're not understanding that what these texts are talking about is precisely a scientific metaphor rather than a metaphysical doctrine, and there is a difference. I think certainly the people that wrote these texts, the Hermetic texts and so on, at the time that they wrote them, understood them to be metaphysical doctrines. But again, I think we're dealing with something that they have inherited, that they no longer can understand in any other way. But I think, again, once you start peeling the scientific layers of meaning off of these texts, then the metaphor reveals itself as a metaphor for something that is really a very scientific concept.
Well, it's really interesting.
Oh, it's, the more I think about this stuff and the more I get into it, to me it's just amazing because, in a certain sense, it runs counter to almost every intuition and inclination I have with my own academic background in theology and philosophy as to how one should approach texts of this nature, because we are trained, it's literally drummed into us that we've got to find some metaphysical meaning or doctrine in them rather than a possible legacy, a residue of a once very sophisticated physics and science that may lay in them.
Well, in this, when we get into these things about these energy fields and, when they were building the Tower of Babel, God said if they finished that, they could do anything that they presumed to do.
Whatever they imagined to do.
Right, and then he came down and he confused their language.
Right.
Now, I'm looking at some technological ways that could be done.
Well, not only could it be done in terms of confusing their language, but, one of the things that I think that really kind of jumped out at me when I did these things, and I wrote about the Tower of Babel in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, and again in the Cosmic War. One of the things that kind of surprised me is that if we take this whole method of trying to see if there is a scientific metaphor involved, is that if we, again, go back to what we started this discussion with the idea of a geometrical coupling, in other words, of trying to build as many analogs of local celestial space geometries into these structures as they could, then clearly they're doing so not for purely religious or astrological reasons. They're doing so because that makes the structure, that has some functional purpose in the structure. In other words, that these structures are designed to be coupled oscillators with that local geometry. So, if that geometry in turn allows them to tap into the energies of that local geometry of space-time, in other words, the local energy of the entire solar system, then yes, we're dealing with a technology that can manipulate space-time, and that allows you to do a whole lot of things, to kind of summarize what we've discussed before. It allows you to blow up planets. It allows you to manipulate weather. It could conceivably allow you to manipulate emotional states, and so on and so on. It's a very flexible kind of physics that we're talking about.
Wow.
So, I think that in terms of the one language that humanity may have possessed that is being alluded to there, it's not only a common language of speech and writing and communication for everyday affairs and so on and so forth, but I deliberately extend my speculations in those books that it may be a common language of science. In other words, they may have had the holy grail, so to speak, of physics, which was an essentially unified physics. Right now we're struggling to put together Einstein's relativity and quantum mechanics, and we're coming up with 26-dimensional string theories and membrane theories and, and everything else that are just mathematical nightmares if you sit down and read these theories. But I think that in terms of this ancient unified tongue, that they were speaking not just with a normal common language, but they were speaking with a common scientific worldview, if you will, a scientifico-religious worldview. And one of the interesting things I came to the conclusion, in examining that story and some of these other texts in this connection, and in connection with the Great Pyramid, is that it looks to me that the ancients did something very, very different from what a modern physicist would do. Namely, it looks to me as if they put the primacy not on the development of their theory, but rather on the development of the engineering that would make that unification possible. And let me draw an analogy to show you what I mean. If we take the normal acoustical harmonic series, let's go back to our acoustic piano again and sit down and press that note. Mm-hmm. If we press that note, as I said, we can press a note an octave higher or lower and hear it vibrate in sympathy with it. But as we go up the harmonic series, that interval will decrease. So, for example, if we press the note G and then hit the note C below it, we'll hear the note G vibrating in sympathy because G is a part of the harmonic overtones of C. Okay? Then we go up a fourth to another note C, and again we'll hear the same thing. Then we go up a third with the note E, and we hear the same thing. But at some point in that harmonic series, if we use the musical analogy, we'll run into a problem because there will be a fundamental harmonic overtone that is not present on your piano keyboard as a harmonic of the note C. If we're looking for that note, it would be between the note A and B flat. Okay? So what happened in music was they made a slight mathematical, theoretical adjustment to the harmonic series that allowed us our 12 keys between C and C in that octave, all the white and black keys, that would allow us to modulate from one key to another without having to stop and retune the whole instrument. Now, that was a revolution that occurred in music in the middle of the 17th century, right about the time that J.S. Bach, of course, and Antonio Vivaldi were composing music. Well, prior to this point, you would have to stop and retune the whole instrument because they did not have that slight engineered, and there's the key emphasis there, that slight engineered adjustment to the harmonic series that occurs naturally. Okay? So, to extend this analogy, I think that what made this common language, this common physics possible, was a similar engineering enterprise, but in, so to speak, the macro scale, applied to all aspects of the harmonic series, from acoustics to electromagnetic phenomena and so on. So I think their emphasis was much more practical. And because of that, then, we find the expression in that Tower of Babel story that this will allow them to do whatever it is they imagine to do. And it's interesting to me that story, there really isn't, if you read it closely, there really isn't a condemnation of mankind because he's doing something wrong, but rather, we're going to go down there and confound this project because we can't have him doing that. It's as if that is going to challenge the power. And of course, theologically, that would be impossible because, God is God. Yeah. But in terms, of this paleophysical reading, if for a moment we assume that Elohim, the Lord or the counsel of God, if this is involved, then it's really an assault to some vested power interest. And so what happens is that mankind's common language of speech is not only confounded, but his language of science is confounded. In other words, that unity, that engineered unity, is broken. And you can see the profound effect that the breaking of that unity has had in physics, because we're still trying to put the physics of the very large and the physics of the very small back together.
Okay. You want to amplify on that a little bit?
Well, as I said, if we look at the development of theoretical physics, at least in the West, the baby right now, the bandwagon that everybody has jumped on is string theory.
Yeah.
And I do talk about string theory a little bit in the Giza Death Star books. And, the principal proponent of that in the popular imagination is Dr. Michio Kaku. Well, I've actually sat down and read his scientific textbook on string theory. It's a 560-some page monster tome that is full of just the most arcane mathematics that you could could possibly imagine. When I said it's a mathematical nightmare, I meant it's a mathematical nightmare. Because one of the things, and this just stunned me when I read it, because it occurs in his textbook. It does not occur in his popular writings on string theory. But he says in the textbook that if we look or approach string theory, it looks like a bunch of rules of thumb, folklore, and stuff all just kind of jumbled together and stitched together. Well, this is true because, you know, there are so many different kinds of mathematics involved with string theory that you literally have to be almost a PhD in mathematics even to get through the textbook. There's some math in it that I'm simply unaware of.
It makes your head hurt.
It makes your head hurt.
Yeah.
But in the end, we come down to a theory that is not testable. It functions in either 10 or 26 dimensions, depending on which version of the rotation of the theory that you're dealing with. And then, you know, if it's not a testable theory, then, well, what is it? To me, you know, being a theologian, it looks exactly like what we find in the late Latin Middle Ages with the realists and the nominalists. And in this case, the realists are going absolutely bonkers, coming up with more and more complex entities to try and explain everything. And, you know, my intuition, and I have to be honest with you here after reading that book, but my intuition, and I stress that word, is that there is some fundamental flaw in the theory that it has to be that complex to make everything work in 26 dimensions. There's just something wrong here. And I think that in part it goes back to this problem that we have in 20th century theoretical physics. It goes back to this fundamental problem that relativity has kind of ensconced itself as the reigning cosmological dogma of the physics of the very large on the one hand, and that quantum mechanics, you know, the standard theory of quantum mechanics has ensconced itself as kind of the dogma of the physics of the very small. And the reason, you know, and I use that word dogma very lightly because the reason that they have done so is that those two different theoretical approaches have been very successful in terms of their explanatory power. So I'm not disputing this. But I do think that this again points out that there's some fundamental flaw that we're missing. We're overlooking something, and, you know, as all such things are, is it's probably a very obvious thing. So in a certain sense, physics is kind of dead-ended right now. We don't know where really to go. And this is why the alternative subjects in physics so fascinate me, because the papers are out there. It's just a matter of figuring out what are their theoretical implications and what might it imply for these two huge dogmas that, you know, maintain their power precisely because they maintain their hold over the funding mechanisms that scientists depend on to research their projects.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot involved here.
Yeah, and nobody wants to upset the apple cart too much and lose their funding.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
Exactly so. You know,
and that's a shame.
It is, you know, and, you know, there's a physicist out there by the name of Lee Smolin who is not a string theorist that has actually been developing one of the alternatives called loop quantum gravity. And he wrote just a wonderful book. I think it's called The Problem with Physics. But on the front cover of the illustration of the book, you see two shoes whose shoelaces are tied together, you know, an obvious reference to string theory. Mm-hmm. Because, you know, you can't walk with two shoes that are tied together. You just fall flat on your face, you know, and that's, you know, that's kind of the overall comment of the book. You know, we're not going anywhere because this is not a testable theory. You know, there have been some recent advances in terms of proposing low-energy string theories, but again, we're still dealing with colossally huge amounts of energy just to test this theory. So, you know, we're at a bit of a dead end, and this is why this whole ancient approach, this whole scalar and torsion-based approach to hyperdimensional physics so fascinates me, because, you know, one of the things I hear, and I know I'm just babbling on and on here, but I'll close my babbling after I make this point. I get a lot of emails, as you know, and many times people ask me, and this is a very common question that they ask me, well, could your pyramid hypothesis possibly have been used as some sort of Stargate, like a wormhole? And people always use wormholes. Well, the physics of a wormhole is, first of all, that the wormhole itself is incredibly tiny. We're talking billions of times smaller than tiny. And the energy required to open one and keep it stable is, again, to use their Bell expression, gymongous. It's more energy than the entire planet, or for that matter, the entire sun right now would have, to sustain one of these things. And then on top of all of this, you have to squeeze somebody through one of these things, and it's very doubtful you'd survive, So, my response to this is, no, I think we're looking at something different. Because one of the interesting things about torsion is that torsion appears to be able to do these sorts of space-time manipulations without, and this is the key thing here, without looking like it has to squeeze itself down to the size of a wormhole. And therefore, it avoids all these massive energy requirements and other problems that are associated with the wormhole theory of Stargates and so on and so forth. So, there are some theoretical possibilities with torsion that I think, it's an old idea. It's been around since Einstein's 1928 unified field theory paper. But again, to me, this just shows kind of the wooden-headedness of some scientists because, just because it's an incomplete theory, they don't pay much attention to it anymore. And as I've said before in these discussions, a incomplete theory does not necessarily mean it's not an engineerable theory.
Good point.
And this is where I think, there's an untold story with these unified field theories of the 1920s and 30s, because I do think very definitely that they did investigate the engineering potentials of those theories, and they did so extraordinarily secretly.
Oh, yeah. Very secretly.
Oh, yeah.
And Poop-de-Doo was put out that, we're not, that technology was so dangerous, we just quit investigating.
Sure.
Yeah, right. I know. Well, that brings us to the USS Eldridge.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I led myself right into that one, didn't I?
Well, my goodness. I mean, there's no way that they just, boom, put it back in the box.
Right.
I shouldn't say we see, but some know that they're, they've got very good cloaking and other things. And I think it goes back to that.
Well, I do too. And, as far as I've been able to determine, the only serious scientific attempt to reproduce some of the parameters of that experiment in the modern laboratory, and I've got to stress something here, those attempts have been done.
Yeah. And
papers have been published about them. But the interesting thing is that the engineers who did this, and I cite these people in the new book that's coming out next spring, the people that did this approached it precisely from the standpoint of a development of certain implications of torsion. So in other words, and in their own speculations, they come right out and state that, this may involve some aspect of space-time displacement that is not restricted to the limits of wormholes. So, that's a scientist's way of saying that, oh boy, they may have done exactly what the legend about the Philadelphia experiment has always been. They may have pulled off some sort of immense, unexpected teleportation of this ship that, as a result, we hear all the grisly stories about sailors embedded in bulkheads and so on and so forth. But again, all of these things, if you're not really careful of what you're doing, if you haven't doked out your understanding of torsion fields carefully, that sort of thing could happen, and it is liable to happen if indeed you are performing an experiment which, to your mind, is only going to give you some measure of radar camouflage, and then you cross by mechanisms unknown to you and unanticipated by you. If you cross some threshold by dint of the way you've performed the experiment in its scaled-up version, if you cross that threshold, you might be getting some very unanticipated nonlinear effects, and those things may have resulted. So, on the part of the U.S. government, I think there's no doubt that you're correct, that secret research was undertaken in World War II to investigate at least that narrow application of the implications of Einstein's torsion tensor. Absolutely, I agree with you.
Okay. Oh, boy.
that kind of does leave one speechless.
Yeah, it does. Honest to God, Joseph, I mean, these people are dangerous.
Yeah, they really are.
Because they're not doing it to help the planet, to help the people that live on this planet.
Right.
It's all about weaponry.
Right.
And a question, with the big pyramid there at Giza, we believe that whatever machinery or devices were in there that made it work were taken away.
Right.
Okay. Is it possible that those devices are still on this planet somewhere?
Well, oh boy.
I know I'm asking you to speculate, but...
Well, no, it's a speculation I undertook in the Cosmic War, as a matter of fact. And in that book, the basic conclusion I've come to is that certain of those things were removed from the pyramid and deliberately destroyed. Some of those things were carted off and used, as the texts indicate, in something else or in other things. But there is a peculiar class of things that it's a very limited class, as a matter of fact. I think there's only 2 or 3 items that are referred to in this capacity. There is a third class of things that could not be destroyed, and yet that were obvious from the text to the functioning of some very sophisticated and gimongously powerful weaponry. And those things were hidden. Now, as to the locations where that might have been, in the Giza Death Star books, particularly in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, I talk about the esoteric tradition of the Emerald Tablet of Tehuta.
Yes.
And again, those traditions indicate, or seem to strongly imply, that some of that stuff is still lurking under the sands and rocks of Egypt. The Sumerian texts seem to indicate that some of this third category of things that could not be destroyed and that were hidden were taken to some place in Mesopotamia and probably buried. I think that there is also another possibility in play here, and that is that they were hidden off planet. In other words, a good candidate in terms of the mythological associations would be Mars. Another good candidate in terms of the mythological associations would be the moon, because, of course, Tehuta is associated with the moon in Egyptian mythology. So I think we have to look at those 3 possibilities: Egypt, Mesopotamia, and possibly the moon and or Mars as being locations for some of this stuff. And there's also no doubt in my mind that some of the hidden and very covert agenda for our presence in Iraq and for our very early effort in space to get men to these other planets is in part due to the fact that somebody somewhere in the space programs of the major powers began reading texts in precisely the same way that I am advocating in the Giza Death Star books, and that the effort of the space program, at least in terms of this hidden agenda, was to find and recover some of this stuff and, if possible, to return it to the Earth.
Well, it would certainly give whoever gets this, it would give them some extraordinary powers.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because, again, going back to the Giza Death Star books, whatever this physics and technology was, and, again, I think with the Giza Death Star books and the Cosmic War, I think a pretty strong prima facie hypothesis has been advanced that this technology is associated with pyramids, and with the Great Pyramid in particular. But I think that, it has to be the case that somebody had a similar approach to these texts, if indeed that is part of the hidden agenda of these space programs. I can see no other way of explaining some of the behavior. Again, Richard Hoagland has devoted 25 years to exploring various aspects of this hypothesis, but that somebody in NASA, and most probably the Russian space program as well, that somebody had their handle on this paleophysical approach to ancient texts and concluded that there was something of a interplanetary civilization with extraordinary technological capabilities, and that if we could but recover even a part of that technology, its potential to give its possessors a access to a hegemony bestowing technology was too great to risk others acquiring it first, and it was too great not to acquire for themselves. So, I think there's a lot in play here, just a whole lot in play.
Well, I'll throw this out there for what it's worth, but this Antichrist person that is supposed to emerge, make signs and wonders, and he does all kinds of things. And people, he makes fire fall down from the sky, and people say, well, that's probably they're going to take an atomic bomb up there and explode it. I don't think so.
No. I would agree with you. I think that we're dealing with something very different.
Yes.
And again, the ability to manipulate space-time, or even let's bring it down to quote unquote much more mundane terms. Even the ability to put up a bunch of lasers in satellites with huge mirrors gives you the capability of projecting holographs on just a gigantic scale if you want to do that. So there's any number of ways that you can explain a lot of this from a purely technological point of view, but I would tend to agree with you. I don't think many in the Christian community are really up to speed, to be quite honest with you, with some of the implications of this alternative science and technology and some of the papers that are out there and definitely available if you just simply want to bother to take the time to read them and to kind of doke out the implications of what they're saying for yourself. So, I definitely tend to agree with you that some of these things that are spoken of, they just don't have the ring to me of your basic atomic bomb or hydrogen bomb.
Right, exactly. And I sadly, Joseph, I have to agree with you about Christianity as a whole. So many they're not willing to pick up anything except the scriptures.
Right. Well, you get no quarrel from me there.
Yeah. And, if God knows the end from the beginning, He knows a lot more than what's in those scriptures.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And He is the ultimate scientist. So it's very interesting to peer into and investigate all of these alternative issues concerning science.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh, my gosh. Well, these sapphires that are associated with Giza, this destiny stone, the emerald tablets, this points toward a gateway. Like when we say Babel, Bab is gate and El, gate of God, why in particular sapphires?
Oh, an excellent question. The esoteric tradition is full of references to precious stones.
Look at the ephod.
Yeah, the ephod of the Jewish high priest, or for that matter, even the precious stones in Lucifer's crown, which, if one examines them, are exactly the same stones as on the ephod. So there's clearly a technology implied, but one of the most interesting things that I kept bumping into in the Giza Death Star, and I didn't even really write about it so much in the Giza Death Star, I simply mentioned crystals. And I do mention one precious gem, and that's sapphire, but I talk about it more extensively in the Giza Death Star Destroyed. But in the esoteric traditions, particularly within those of Judaism, you have references to the original books of the law that Moses wrote coming down from the mountain as being inscribed on sapphire, or sextia in the Hebrew. And I thought, gee, that's very interesting. Why sapphire?
Yeah.
And then you find certain traditions of the tablets of the Egyptian wisdom god Tehuta also being inscribed not on emeralds but on sapphire, but those are very obscure. But again, you have this association with a precious gem. And, pardon me, I just thought, why these two stones in particular? Well, in the process of writing the Giza Death Star, I ran across a reference in an American quantum physicist by the name of Nick Herbert, his book, I think, Reality is in the title of it, but I can't remember the exact title of the book right now. Pardon me, excuse me. But in any case, he refers to the work of a Russian physicist who was attempting to measure quite minute fluctuations in gravity by means of a huge artificially grown sapphire crystal in a Russian laboratory that was shielded as much as they could from vibrations and local difficulties with or interference from outside or external forces. So in other words, sapphire has, by virtue of its lattice properties, some ability to detect very minute fluctuations of gravitational acceleration. And I thought, gee, that's extremely interesting, because if you remember what I said the last time that we spoke in the last discussion, I mentioned that it's my theory that naturally grown crystals, which always display certain kinds of defects, screw defects or displacement defects and so on, shots and Frankel defects, all of these things, little defects in the lattice structure that naturally grown crystals display are, I believe, a reflection of the fact that they are responding to some very minute torsion fluctuations brought about in local space-time. And if we look at the Great Pyramid as a whole, then that is a huge crystal, because it's made out of crystalline rock. It's shaped like a crystal. It's inclined at exactly the angle that quartz crystal grows naturally. So I speculate that sapphire may be one of these stones or crystals that were present in the structure precisely because of its unique abilities or properties to detect these local fluctuations, and that would imply, in turn, an ability to manipulate them. And it's very interesting because sapphire, of course, is carborundum. It's very closely related to ruby,
yes,
which is another one of those, the coincidences just keep piling up, because ruby is another one of those crystals or precious gems that one finds often referred to in some of these esoteric traditions. So again, I think what we're dealing with, Georgianne, is a legacy of something that has been preserved in those traditions, which ultimately, if we press it back far enough, probably had a scientific basis.
Agreed. I mean, stuff doesn't just, well, I shouldn't say that either, come into the mind out of nowhere. Everything comes from somewhere.
Right.
And that's a scary thought. With these, it wasn't too long ago, they, on one of the space shot things that they did, NASA, they were growing crystals in space.
Why?
Yeah. Yes. Why?
Because I think, just to answer your question, I don't mean to interrupt your train of thought, but I think that this is the principle behind what they're doing. They want to see how crystals grow in little to zero gravity, and they want to determine the lattice structure defects and displacements that occur, or if they even do occur in that environment. And I think that in turn means that they know that crystals respond naturally to the lattice properties, going back to what we first started this discussion with, to the lattice structure properties of local space.
Yes. And more manipulation.
Yeah. And they're doing so, let's extend this line of speculation a bit further.
Okay.
If they're doing this, they're not doing it simply because they want to find out how to make better quartz movement in Swiss watches.
No.
No. They're doing it because they want to find out what its potential military applications might be. And even if it's for something as benign as some sort of communications purpose, it's still a military purpose. But I do believe that there's probably more in play with it than just that.
Okay. What is this growing something from the inside out?
I'm not.
In the nanotechnology concerning crystals.
Okay. Well, when I mentioned that possibility, one of the things that I discuss in the Giza Death Star is the Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull. And if your listeners don't know anything about that, very briefly, this was a skull that was discovered by a British archaeologist while he was excavating some ancient Mayan ruins. In other words, this skull was probably datable, depending on who you consult, in terms of its positioning geologically, to about 900 AD. But the problem with that dating is that the Mayans themselves showed no lapidary skill that would be commensurate to producing this object, because this object is truly, truly remarkable. It is an actual model of a female human skull. It's made from pure quartz, and very fine quartz with very, very few defects in it. In other words, this quartz looks as if it could not have been sanded or polished. And inside this skull, which is, if you can imagine a replica of a human skull that's been polished and shined to transparency, that is made out of quartz. Quartz is an incredibly hard crystal. It's right below ruby and sapphire. So it's like 8 on the most scale, and diamond is 10. So it's a very hard crystal. So this skull is transparent. The quartz is that pure. And inside this solid lump of quartz, there are little optical channels that have somehow been put into the quartz so that it will literally take light that is shown from below the skull and bend it in such a way that it appears through the eye sockets. And, you know, the discoverer of this skull, the eventual owner, took it to Frank Borland of Hewlett-Packard and had him do analyses of all of this amazing optical technology that this skull displays. And Hewlett-Packard came to the conclusion that there's no way they could reproduce this object today.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And, you know, to my mind, you cannot get this kind of optical anomalous behavior in a piece of natural quartz. So that suggested to me that maybe this was quartz that was artificially grown with that property present at the outset. In other words, it was grown from the inside out. This was not something that was produced by a polishing and grinding technology that gradually ground it down to this high polish finish, because you could still not produce those peculiar optical effects in it. These kinds of optical effects are really not something that you would encounter or are likely to encounter in naturally grown quartz, and this is why it suggested to me that this was artificially grown. And therefore, and here's the curveball, if that's the case, then the Mayans certainly couldn't have done it. It therefore had to be extremely old, because if they couldn't do it and we can't do it today, that only leaves the possibility, logically, of pushing it back to pre-antiquity.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. And if this is the case in turn, then the implication logically means that there was a very sophisticated optical technology that was once in existence, and a commensurately sophisticated technology for growing artificial crystals. And, you know, once we've said that, then we're right back to sapphires and rubies and emerald tablets and so on.
Well, you know, the Russians, fake diamonds.
Right.
The Russians have come out with a line of fake diamonds.
Oh, yes.
It's very, I mean, you have to have a really good loop in order to tell if they're real or not.
Right, right.
They're so well done.
And what does that tell you about the kind of physics that the Russians might actually be investigating?
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. Good point.
You know, if they're playing around with, huge artificial, when I say huge, I'm talking about, maybe 8 inches to a foot long and 3 or 4 inches wide. This was a huge sapphire crystal. You wouldn't have enough money to buy it. So, if they're doing this sort of thing, then it tells me that they're investigating areas of physics that are really not part of the beaten track in the West.
Right. Right. I want to go back here just a minute,
sure.
Joseph. The loading of energy. If you can load energy, can't you remove it?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sure you can. Sure you can. One of the interesting things about this kind of physics is not only can you load energy into a target, you can extract energy from it. You can literally freeze it to death. So, again, I stress this. This is very flexible stuff.
Okay. Can you load energy into a human being?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
And then you could extract it.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. There's a lot of people around the world who claim to have been abducted and false memories implanted and all this kind of thing. I mean, just follow the whole rabbit trail there. I'm sorry, but I think that this kind of technology is being used on a lot of people.
Oh, I would definitely have to agree to the possibility, and the reason why is that I'm not a big investigator of UFO abductions or anything like that, but I've certainly run across the stories in doing my research. And one of the most interesting things, I think, is still the take of Dr. Jacques Vallée and his conclusion that many of these abduction scenarios just smack of military psychological operations of one sort or another, and of experiments in some sort of mind manipulation. And, you know, there are a whole host of technologies that would suggest themselves, you know, anything from Dr. Roger Lear's implants to Dr. Jose Delgado and his attempts at psychotronic manipulation, and Dr. Edward Cameron, you know, of the infamous MK Ultra project and psychic driving and everything else. But if we step beyond even those technologies, yes, I think that we have to allow for the possibility that some of these scalar-based technologies might be used in this capacity as well. I certainly agree with you that this is definitely a possibility.
Well, see, you know, when people go through that experience, I mean, it is a real experience.
Oh, yes.
It's very real to them.
Sure.
And I do not doubt that one bit.
I don't either.
It's the source that I question. And I think it has a lot to do with technology and the experimenting with that technology on people.
Right. I do too.
And, okay, if they load energy in, or if they want to wipe the hard drive of a person's mind, would they use like a degaussing technique on that?
Conceivably or possibly, but I think the real possibility lies more in the fact that what scalar technology is, again, is the ability to produce a particular interference pattern from two or more beams of electromagnetic energy on a particular area. And depending on the type of interference pattern that's created, that interference pattern itself is a template of action, okay? That template, depending on the type of interference, can induce diseases, it can induce cures, and so on and so forth. So, again, it is conceivable, theoretically, that you might find some pattern that would be able to literally wipe the brains and its memory. I think that there's a certain amount of evidence from what I've seen that some of this experimentation was actually undertaken in the former Soviet Union. I don't see evidence for a similar kind of technology involved in some of our own mind control stuff, but we were certainly after the same thing, but by different means, is what I'm saying.
Well, you know, when we look at vaccines, you know, everybody take a vaccine, and they want to pass laws to make it all mandatory, whether it kills you or not.
Right.
But I think these vaccines have something to do with the use of some level of this technology broadcast over huge areas at some point.
Very possibly. You know, one of the interesting things that I mentioned in the Giza Death Star Destroyed is the work of David Hudson in connection with monatomic gold and monatomic rhodium and iridium and things in metals in the platinum group. One of the things that he mentions is that when you take the brain material of animals and boil everything out of it, so to speak, what you're left with is about 5% rhodium and iridium and other metals in the platinum group, which for some reason appear to make the functioning of the brain and some of the superconductive properties of consciousness and life possible. Now, I find that extremely interesting, Georgianne, because as I've mentioned to you before, I lost a sister to a malignant glioblastoma, to brain cancer, and she used a cell phone. Okay, and the tumor occurred precisely on the part of her head where that microwave antenna was always held, you know, when she was talking on this phone. But in the process, her husband, you know, God bless him, a very kind, very nice Jewish man, her husband did horrible amounts of research on the internet, and he found this new experimental treatment for malignant glioblastomas that involved injections of, hang on, platinum.
Oh my.
Oh my. And, as Jeannie began to fade, her mental functions began to get increasingly scrambled. She was not able to perform normal bodily tasks easily. So Mike found that the one hospital in the region just happened to be located in Tulsa that was licensed to perform this procedure. There were only 3 in the United States at the time. And she took this platinum injection, and the next day they did an MRI on this malignant glioblastoma. And I'm telling you the God's honest truth here, because I saw the X-rays and the MRI. That tumor was dead.
Wow.
Now, you don't cure malignant glioblastomas. They are always terminal.
Yes.
But the doctor and the technician and Mike and I were all standing there, and we were looking at this, and we were just all quiet because we just really didn't believe what we saw. That tumor was black dead.
Wow. She
ultimately died of brain hemorrhage because in the process of the procedure they had nicked a little blood vessel, and the hemorrhage just could not be stopped. So, I cite my sister as a case of, these alternative technologies are there. They do work. I know from personal experience. But to me, the interesting thing is this role of platinum, because she, in that short time after this procedure, her mental abilities improved significantly. Her ability to manipulate and perform normal things like holding a fork to eat, which she was having difficulty with before, improved. So, again, we're dealing with something with materials that we're just learning that they have very peculiar, unknown properties that we have had no idea that they had until very recently. And in my thinking, you're absolutely correct that some of these properties have to include that they will do certain things in response to one of these interference gratings or templates or in response to fields that are imposed upon them. And we're just really at the beginning of finding out what these things are. So it could very well be that possibly this move to vaccinate everybody and fill them up with mercury and Lord knows what else have some other agenda in mind. I can't say conclusively, but I certainly hold open the possibility as a theoretical speculation.
Well, I sure have a sneaking hunch that it does. Question: how did they administer the platinum to your sister?
If I recall correctly, they had to run a catheter, because of the way that the tumor was located, they had to run a catheter up into her brain from a position kind of behind the right earlobe. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then they had a little hole that they had drilled, and they ran it up that way. It was kind of on the side of the upper frontal lobe, right above the temple. The location of the tumor, but that's how they had to run it. So it was actually an injection that they did through a catheter.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
They know the signature of platinum.
Oh, yes.
Couldn't have they broadcast to her brain that signature?
Well, if they knew it, yes, but I don't think... let me back up here. One of the interesting things that I've discovered is that the research of this procedure was first published not in a medical journal.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it was published in the Platinum Metals Review.
Wow.
Which is a very expensive professional journal to subscribe to. When I say very expensive, I'm talking perhaps, $1,000 at least. So, if you're a doctor, you're not even going to know this stuff is out there, that this treatment is out there. I think now that it's gained some currency in the medical journals that are more widely circulated, of course, but, this was something that was being done within the precious metals community. Some doctor had published this paper in the Platinum Metals Review. It's just a goofy world. When it gets goofier the more the more I dig into it, because if you're going to hide something like this, hide it out in the open. Just don't publish it in a place where anybody that's really concerned with the subject is going to read it.
That's right. Yeah. I will not be responsible for any deaths other than my own. In the worst cases, and publish it in a podunk journal.
Exactly. This is something I've run into, Georgianne, more times than I could possibly even count.
Hidden in plain sight.
Hidden in plain sight, but in places that you would never expect them to be.
Yeah.
I mentioned to you before that I found research on the Philadelphia experiment that, of all places, some of the records are being kept by the Coast Guard. So what no one would think to look there.
Yeah.
It's just all of this smoke and mirrors, and it really at times is kind of humorous because you find yourself thinking, you blockhead, why didn't you look there?
Oh, gee. Oh my goodness. With this kind of technology where they can, if you have certain things in your body, this brings up an issue. Big issue. Why is it so important to these murderous people for us to quit smoking?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, smoking has got to protect us in some way. Or, when have they been so oop-de-doo about our health?
Oh, I have no idea. To me, my standard response to the anti-smoking fascists, and I'm a smoker, I've got to admit, I chain smoke like a locomotive. But I always tell the anti-smoking fascists, just stop and consider the fact that Hitler didn't smoke and would not permit anybody to smoke in his presence.
Right.
And that to me just kind of cinches the case. The man was, nuts with all of these green political views.
Right.
And I have no idea why they think that. I do not know why this is going on. If, like you say, there's got to be some explanation for it, but I certainly don't know what it would be.
Well, I've heard all kinds of different theories, Joseph, that if you smoke, it does something to the pineal gland, and it makes it difficult for them to control you remotely, electronically, that you're not as susceptible, and then, of course, if you drink holy tea that we sell on the Bite Show website, you drain all the poisons out of you, out of your lungs and stuff, and you stay clean. It doesn't, doesn't hurt you. But, that kind of made sense to me.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if something like that is behind it. At this point, after doing these books and investigating some of the other things I've run into along the way that I haven't written about, nothing would surprise me.
I hear you. Well, okay, here's another thing. And we touched on this before we started recording. Another thing here, and that is these pressure fields. Now, there are days that people, and I've heard people say this, they feel like they're walking in water upstream, like there's a pressure against them. Sometimes people will say they wake up in the night and they feel like something is pressing down on their chest. Okay, what about these pressure fields?
Well, I actually talk about this to a certain extent in the Giza Death Star, the first book. There are phenomena that can produce that sensation. One of them is infrasound, which is extremely low frequency sound. Very, very low frequency sound. It would be lower than the lowest note on the biggest pipe organ that you can think of, and some of those things you just feel, you don't really hear. But the French actually investigated this, and I talk about this in the Giza Death Star, in the de Gaulle years as a secret weapon. The French physicist that was involved was a man by the name of Covert. And they invested quite a lot of money into that technology. As a matter of fact, they built laboratories, they miniaturized these infrasound weapons for battlefield use, and then, very interestingly, France did a very peculiar thing, as France is wont to do.
Yeah, I know about the froggy. Yeah, God bless them.
Well, they very subtly made a few demonstrations of these weapons for the Soviets.
Oh, boy.
Like, don't mess with us or you're going to get hit with this.
Oh, dear.
So, it was not bad enough that General de Gaulle had to have his hydrogen bombs. He wanted infrasound as well. So there's no telling what else France has up its sleeve. But, to me it's very interesting. But one of the things that Gavreau mentioned when he first discovered this phenomenon, began to really investigate it scientifically, was he and his associates discussed feeling overwhelming pressure. They discussed feeling nausea, dizziness, difficulty breathing, all of the things that are associated now with infrasound in certain uses and at certain frequencies.
Well, there's a network set up in the United States. It's called GWIN.
Mm-hmm.
The ground wave something network.
Mm-hmm.
And it uses very low frequency waves, and those waves from that network travel along the ground.
Right.
Very like where you'd be sleeping in bed or something.
Right.
They're not up high.
Right. That's quite correct. Infrasound has that property. It will travel close to the ground or in it, close to the surface. So it would not surprise me that some people that complain of these effects are really experiencing some of this stuff. I think of things like the Tao Sum and the other things that people talk about. To me, I think that some aspect of this or a similar technology is involved in producing these phenomena. But the other thing I should mention that can produce these types of effects, and I talk about them at great length in the Giza Death Star, the first book, is that when Nikola Tesla first began his experiments with longitudinal electrical waves, or what I call electroacoustical waves, he discovered that these waves would not only travel through any shielding that he could possibly construct to shield himself from some of these effects.
Even lead?
Oh, anything that he would construct. That he himself described the sensation as being one either of pressure or feeling like he was being pricked with thousands and thousands of tiny little needle pricks. Things of that sort. So you can also produce a similar effect not via infrasound, but via these electroacoustical or electro-longitudinal waves. So again, there's all sorts of possibilities of explanation, and you're right, they're all technological, and they're all in the realm of this kind of off-the-books, little known about or discussed alternative physics.
Yeah. It gets scarier by the minute.
It does. It does.
Okay, there's a certain thing called entrainment. Okay. And I think last time I mentioned about, in the Old Testament, that God tells the people about clothing laws.
Right.
You don't wear this kind of cloth with that kind of cloth.
Right.
And I'm thinking that was a very astute thing for him to tell the people, because there were people around that had some kind of technology that, how does this operate where it entrains on you and it gets on you and it entrains in your brain?
Well, let's go back to this image of a template that I discussed previously.
Okay.
What the template will do, or what this stuff does, is it does precisely what you say. It entrains, or it, so to speak, embeds itself in you. It will produce a resonant response in every cell of your body. Okay? And even one of the things that is typical of physiological organisms is that even when you remove the thing that's inducing that resonant response lingers for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on the strength or how, other ways that you modulate it, that response can linger for quite a while. So it's very, very natural. And again, one of the things that you're mentioning here with cloth and clothing and so on and so forth is that, again, suggests to me that there is in play some materials science that we don't really understand all that much about yet. You know, I'm just amazed at the stuff that is still taught in physics textbooks about the structure of atomic nuclei and so on, when you can go to the physics literature of 15 to 20 years ago and discover that most of what we think about the nuclei of atoms, of any element, is just scratching the surface compared to what they have discovered and observed in the laboratory.
Yeah.
And some of these things are very, and I have to emphasize this, some of these things are very strange, if not extraordinarily so. So, you know, again, we're at the cusp, I think, of some very different, very radical things in material science that don't even involve, you know, the standard things of nanotechnology and so on and so forth. We're dealing with wholly different, previously unknown structures that elements can exist in.
Well, you know, I think it's also interesting, Joseph, that with the rise of all this science, that, you know, entrainment and things that can latch onto you don't even know.
Right.
We also have fabrics that they sell us for clothing that is so staticky.
Right.
You know, you take it out of the dryer and it'll jump on the wall.
Right.
You know,
right.
I mean, it is so full of static electricity. And wouldn't that be a medium that would attract?
It could be, yes.
Oh, boy.
It could be. And, you know, this goes back to what I was mentioning about some of these new discoveries that we're making concerning properties of certain elements. You know, I've got to tell you, there's quite a revolution going on right now in nuclear physics in terms of the study of the structure of atomic nuclei, because they have discovered within certain groups within the periodic table, the lanthanide series, the actinide series, the platinum group, and so on, they have discovered that some of these elements can exist in the nucleus of some of these elements can exist in what are called super deformed states, which, you know, is a state where the nucleus undergoes a profound change of its normal geometry. Instead of existing, so to speak, in a sphere or a basically spherical shape, it exists in very elongated, cylindrical, elliptical, and so on and so forth shapes. And when that happens, the chemical properties of the element remain, of course, because, you know, chemical is the bonding of electrons with other electrons between atoms. But, you know, here we're talking about the nucleus. And you mentioned many discussions ago about Faraday cages.
Well,
you know,
you're keeping notes.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And one of the interesting things about classical electrodynamic theory is that it really treats the atom as a kind of a Faraday cage. Classical electrodynamic theory really only deals with electrons. It doesn't really even deal with the nucleus at all. But the stuff that we're talking about, Georgianne, this template of action, is stuff that passes right through that Faraday cage and can directly affect the nucleus itself. So in other words, you can, with this stuff, alter the geometry of the nucleus. And now we're finding, incidentally, I think very interestingly, that these alterations can occur naturally. We don't really understand yet why they occur. You know, under what conditions do they occur? But we know now that they do, and that when they do, as I said, the chemical properties of the atom remain, but the other properties of these elements, they undergo some profound, I mean truly profound changes. So, you know, again, we're at the cusp of some very interesting and I think exciting and again, possibly very horrifying developments in materials science.
Wow. Yeah, horrifying. Why doesn't that surprise me?
Well, the first thing that we do whenever we make a discovery is somebody at DARPA or some other government agency gets a hold of this and they have discussions, well, how can we weaponize this or how can we make use of this? And again, there's no doubt in my mind that papers on these phenomena have been circulated privately that will never see the light of publication because some of this stuff that exists in the open in the open literature is stunning enough.
Well, when we look at where the possibilities of where this is going, none of it's good. And we're just little human beings out here, kind of like each one of us is a target for something. And it is pretty scary, Joseph.
It is very, very frightening. The technological potentials of this stuff, any way one slices it, are just, to me, truly, truly horrifying, given the track record of humanity.
Yeah.
But on the bright side, we do have, this wonderful tool of the Internet now that we can put out information to people and hopefully at least mitigate some of this with responses based in compassion and so on and so forth, because I really see nothing for it other than ultimately this struggle between knowledge and love, and they are two different things, and that's kind of a theological way of putting it, but that's basically the way I see things.
Yeah. Well, oh my goodness. Well, with the state of humanity, I think most people are basically good, and they want to do good, and they want to live in peace. Let me raise my family.
Right.
But why, Joseph, throughout history, we have leaders all over the world, it doesn't make any difference what country or what race, that want to kill everybody.
Well, I think that this is a fundamentally spiritual question.
Yes.
And just to give you the Cliff Notes version of what I think is going on, I go back to Lord Acton's dictum, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But there is a spiritual dimension to it that I don't even think that he got. And that is that when you get to positions of such extreme power, the temptation, the milieu inevitably occurs that you want to exercise that power in godlike fashions. And it's not for nothing that the great dictators of our time, Stalin and Mao and Hitler and, these just genocidally inclined mass murderers, that, Stalin was a former seminary student of all things, before he changed his name to become the Man of Steel. He was just plain old Joseph Jugashvili. And, who's gonna want to twist their tongue around that, But, the same thing with Hitler, son of a customs officer in Austria, and Mao, the same thing, but they reached such pinnacles of power over, some of the greatest nations on the face of the earth that I think to a certain part it played into their dark side, that, they relented and gave into it and indulged it, and there's the key. Because you can acquire power without indulging in its use. But these people are addicted. Kissinger said it very, very well. Power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. These people are addicted to it. they are addicted to self-indulgence. And I think that, if you find a spiritual root, that is at least a great part of it.
It is a spiritual problem. And people with spiritual problems having access to this,
to this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, yikes.
Well, this is the peculiar thing, because, let's go back to the Cosmic War for a moment.
Okay.
In all those texts that I examine in the Cosmic War, the war is fought to recover this technology and to deny the use of it to other people.
Yeah.
Okay? And in each case that this technology is stolen, the people that do the stealing decide they want to keep it for themselves, and then they fight a war, they recover the technology, and whoever recovers it decides, well, I'm going to keep it now. So another war is fought. So with each war, things get progressively worse, but these people can't wake up. So, if anything tells me that there might, be real grains of truth in this, it's not the technological aspects of it. It's not the fact that we can find scientific analogs to much of what's going on there. It's the fact that the behavior hasn't changed.
That's right. And what did God say? My spirit shall not remain in man forever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Well, okay, the laws of harmonics.
Mm-hmm.
And last time I brought up a scripture in Daniel about vibrate, disappear, vanish. Is it possible to vibrate something to the point where it does vanish?
Short answer, yes.
Oh, boy.
Long explanation. If you'll recall, the whole scenario of using a weapon to explode a planet, at least in my view, the most practical way to do it is to so violently cavitate it that it just blows apart because it can't damp the energy being loaded into it. Okay? It's just like the old soldiers marching across the bridge idea. You break a step so that the bridge has time to damp the vibration. But beyond that, if we go back to, I think, one of our very first discussions, one of the things I mentioned was this whole idea of vortex mechanics, and this is closely allied and related to torsion and to scalar physics and some of the other things that we have discussed along the way.
Yeah.
The whole idea of vortex mechanics is that, we're no longer dealing with the physical model of particles being little billiard balls. What they really are rotating holes in nothing. And that I can't be more blunt about it than that. That's literally what they are. So, when we look at any atom, what we're really seeing is an agglomeration of all these little vortices kind of all glued together and producing these very weird geometries. So, if we look at that, anytime we're talking about rotation, we're also dealing with things that can be explained mathematically in terms of wave equations and so on and so forth. In other words, the models exist. And once we've said that, then it is conceivable, theoretically, and I'm emphasizing that word here because we're still far from this capability, I think, myself, although we've begun the process of recovering it. It is theoretically possible, then, to induce something that is completely out of phase to whatever target you have in mind. And if it's completely out of phase, once it encounters that target, you have nothing. It's like adding -2 to +2, and you get 0. Okay? So, yes, that's the long explanation, but and a clumsy analog, but you get the idea that the answer to your question is a definite yes.
So you can make them disappear.
Poof.
Wow. I think we have that to look forward to at some point. I mean, I'm not kidding you. That's the way I interpret that particular scripture. And it's very worrisome.
Well, I'm just theologically, I am, as I've mentioned before, I'm not in any sort of Protestant evangelical camp.
I'm not either.
I come from a very long, very old, liturgical, sacramental Catholic tradition.
Yeah.
And when I look at the the whole history and basis of the dispensationalism, as I like to call it, and the whole idea of the rapture, particularly. To me, I see nothing but massive spiritual and theological deception.
Oh, yes.
Because for one thing, in my tradition, that means you have divided the indivisible, namely Christ. Mm-hmm. You have installed, by that whole school of theology, it requires a return to Old Testament dispensation, which to me is a denial of Christ and His work. And that's the bottom line in terms of the theological implications of what you're discussing. I don't talk about them much anymore because I've kind of retired from that field, but that's just kind of my take on it. I think that this is a massively deceiving doctrine.
Oh, yes, it is.
And again, I would not be at all surprised if part of it, just to kind of speculate in a conspiratorial manner.
We're experts at that.
So yeah, we are. By now we are very studied at it. But just to speculate a bit, I think that some of it is being deliberately fueled. And I have basis for my suspicions. I can't really discuss what they are. But I think some of it is being deliberately fueled by these people in the power elite for their own agenda. And it would not surprise me then that they have considered some technological means of bringing out false fulfillments, as it were.
Oh, absolutely.
So, again, we're speculating very wildly there, but that's kind of my take on things.
Me too. I have said that numerous times with other guests that they do have the technology to do some amazing things that the public is really not aware of. But I think that they can make people vanish, and whether and I don't mean go to heaven.
Right, I understand what you mean.
It's a weapon that they have, I don't know if it's yet perfected, but it's...
Well, I would have difficulty thinking it's perfected, but again, I certainly think that every indicator is that various aspects of this physics have been investigated by the different powers of the world at different times. Certainly the Nazis did it. The Soviets did it. I am not at all unconvinced that we're not doing it. The Brazilians even have done it. So it's something that, while most people in the evangelical set are upset about evolution and creation versus evolution and intelligent design and all of this happy nonsense, that, the real story in science, as far as I'm concerned, that any sort of Christian should be concerned about is what's going on in physics.
Oh, yeah.
It's just...
Well, but, Joseph, how can they be when people have trouble balancing their silly checkbook?
Yeah, not to mention doing differential equations. I know, but Georgianne, the thing is, when you sit down and read those physics texts, you have to understand that the equations are there, but usually you can tell what they are saying by what the text itself says that the equations mean. So, you don't have to sit down and learn tensor calculus unless you want to explore some of these implications more fully. And it's if you have a decent background in linear algebra, which most people have had some exposure to through high school, you can sit down and learn some basics of tensor calculus. But the real thing that people have to get over is this fear of being able to understand things properly. That, to me, is the worst mistake that one can make in dealing with this stuff. Because the papers are there, they are intelligible, and if you don't understand something, you can always ask someone who does. So it's to my mind, this is one of the great things that needs to be done. And the second thing that I think people from the evangelical camp are just really going to be blindsided by, because they are simply, well, like you say, their head is too buried in their Bible.
Yeah.
They're
leading other people.
And they're leading other people. You know, they're all self-appointed pastors and experts in the Greek and Hebrew and so on and so forth. And to me that's kind of laughable, because the way that most of them pronounce Greek would not be understood or intelligible to any real Greek. They're teaching a form of Greek in these seminaries that probably was never pronounced. It's that bad. It's that bad, and I'm not joking when I say it's that bad. It is. But they've got their heads so far in their Bibles, they're going to be blindsided, I think, by the massive amounts of historical reconstruction that are being done out there by people like myself or other researchers in these ancient texts. It is truly an astonishing, stupendous amount of stuff that is being written. Some of it good, some of it kooky. But you find almost no response in any course in apologetics in major seminaries anymore to any of this stuff. Many of them don't even know it exists. And the ones that do attempt to dismiss it with what I call the translational footnote. Well, we can dismiss all that because so-and-so has mistranslated this for his own purposes. Big mistake.
Oh, boy, Joseph. Well, I hope I don't disappear before we...
Well, me too. With all the clicks and pops on the phones that we experienced last time and that I've had on some other radio shows, the thought is always in the back of my mind.
I hear you. Yes. Well, another question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, energy.
Mm-hmm.
Where does it go?
It doesn't go anywhere. One of the most fundamental laws of physics is the conservation of energy. It's never lost. But what that means in terms of most popular thinking, even in physics departments, is that you always are dealing with closed systems. In other words, you cannot have anything that claims to be a device with a coefficient of performance greater than 1. Okay, and note I said coefficient of performance greater than 1 rather than the popular term over unity or free energy device, because that has a very specific meaning. But most people that examine some of these claims and even patents for them that have been filed and registered dismiss them, as perpetual motion machines because they violate this law of the conservation of energy. Well, that's because by most standards, people who study physics are taught to think in terms of closed systems. And that's the key here. Because most of the stuff that's being done in alternative physics, that if you examine them closely, one of the first presuppositions that you will encounter lurking behind the thinking that is taking place is that they're dealing with open systems. In other words, the machine is part of a much larger thing. When most electricians or electrical engineers encounter an electrical circuit, they look at that circuit as being a closed system. The circuit is complete, a thing in itself. But in terms of this new kind of thinking, the circuit is part of a larger system. Okay, the circuit is a transducer. Now, I know I'm using a lot of technical terms, but the bottom line is this. There has been, since the 1960s, within physics and within chemistry, as a matter of fact, it was actually something that was discovered by a chemist, there has been study into an area called non-equilibrium thermodynamics. And what that means is that when two systems, or a system, so to speak, in several parts, is driven to a state where it is far from equilibrium, that when that system is restored to, or an attempt to restore to an equilibrium is made, it tends to self-organize. It tends to create things or to be able to transduce energies and geometries, so to speak, from the larger system. And that's the key to all of this stuff. There's, this is how to put it, this is an accepted branch of modern physical theory. But you don't find it discussed much in terms of energy, and you certainly don't find it discussed much in terms of electrodynamic theory. Because, the bottom line, Georgianne, is that we still, to this day, in our physics texts and in most physics departments, when you study undergraduate physics, we're dealing with a 19th century electrodynamical theory, and one that, as I've mentioned before, is using edited equations to boot. So it's no wonder that they can't wrap their minds around some of these things that garage tinkerers or even a physicist like Brian De Palma have come up with and patented, because it just flies in the face of everything that they've been taught and one of the most basic presuppositions that they've been taught.
Well, I think that these higher forms of mathematics, physics, are not readily available.
Oh, yes, that's quite true.
They want to keep rein on certain...
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I've mentioned before in this regard, and it's worth stating again, that when James Clerk Maxwell, who really wrote the first unified field theory in physics because he unified electricity and magnetism, when he wrote his original equations, he wrote them in a mathematical language called quaternion geometry.
Yeah.
Which, I defy anybody to open up a standard physics textbook, even Michio Kaku's book Hyperspace. In the back of that, he puts in what he calls Maxwell's equations. Well, if you look at the equations he puts there, they're not in quaternion geometry. They're in this edited form that Oliver Heaviside put out after he had edited Maxwell's equations. So you never, ever learn them.
Yeah.
Ever. In Maxwell's original form. Why? That's the key question. The reason is that in that other mathematical language, in quaternion geometry, there is an entity that he introduces that is called a scalar, which is where we get this term that we've been using constantly, which has a very specific mathematical meaning. It's a non-dimensional entity. But in Maxwell's equations, this entity is used, so to speak, to be able to explain the other type of electromagnetic action, which is stress, rather than translation, which is all you're dealing with if you're dealing with his edited equations. You're simply dealing with moving a particle from one place to another, rather than loading, there's that key word, loading stress into it. So, it's no wonder, if you stop and think about it, it's no wonder that physics dead-ended in the early 20th century, because, we've got an electromagnetic theory that we're really not paying attention to, namely Maxwell's. We've got Nikola Tesla on the other side of the ocean doing experiments with longitudinal electrical waves that would fit very neatly into that original form of the theory, but don't make any sense whatsoever in the terms of the theory that everyone knows. So, that's just a small example. And to me, it cannot be accidental.
No, it can't.
It cannot be, because the people who do know his original equations and the language, the terribly complicated mathematical language they were written in, and moreover who have some facility with being able to use that mathematical language, know full well what the implications are. And when you add into the mix, I've referred to this fellow, a British physicist by the name of E.T. Whittaker, published this rather benign-sounding little paper on physics called, and the title actually is called, On the Partial Differential Equations of Mathematical Physics. It sounds very dry, very dull, very boring. Well, in this paper, one of the things that he does, and he also has another paper called Analysis of Electron Potential by means of two scalar functions. Okay, that's the name of the paper. Okay, but in these papers, what he does is just an astonishing thing. He takes that scalar potential, which is a dimensionless mathematical entity, and he shows and demonstrates mathematically how it can be broken down, sit down, hang on to your chair, sip your coffee, how it can be broken down into pairs of bidirectional, longitudinal waves. Okay? Now, interestingly enough, let's just sweeten the story a bit more. When he published that first paper on the partial differential equations of mathematical physics, he published it in 1903 in a journal called, a very famous journal at the time, called Mathematische Annalen in Germany. So, you know, I've always disagreed with Lieutenant Colonel Bearden, who places the beginning development of this physics in the Soviet Union, because when the Nazis take power and forbid Jewish physics, you can bet your bottom dollar that they ransacked the available literature to find areas of physics that went kind of unnoticed, that they might possibly investigate. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And it's sitting squat there in the middle of one of their most prestigious journals.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, it's pretty obvious, Joseph, that through time, I mean, when we look back in retrospect, there have been a lot of bright men.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, very bright.
Oh,
and
yes.
They are, if they are not in the correct clique, so to say, you know, they're stopped.
Well, that's right.
Right in their tracks.
That's right.
And no pun intended. You know, but
right.
It's
well, you know, one of the most interesting things that I talk about in the new book coming out this spring is that in the 1920s and 30s, beginning with the first kind of hint of a unified field theory is published in I think 23 or 24, but it was actually written about in 1921 by a German mathematician. And it's incidentally the first higher dimensional physics theory. It's a theory in 5 dimensions. But there's this spate of papers that begins to be written in the late 20s and 30s on unified field theories. Einstein wrote several of them, and other people did as well. And then, bang, silence.
Yeah.
Total, complete, utter silence. And the standard explanation that you get from the historians of science is that, well, Einstein tinkered with it for the rest of his life, but was never satisfied because the theory was incomplete, and he knew it, and everybody else didn't pay attention because the theory was incomplete, and they knew it, and, you know, so it just sort of died until string theorists latched onto the idea in the 1980s, and voila, we have 26 dimensions and an untestable theory. You know, that's basically the history. I think something completely different happened. I think that with the war clouds of World War II beginning very ominously to gather on the horizon and to be clearly visible to everybody, that these papers were taken deliberately out of circulation. You couldn't publish on the subject except very sparingly and without, and certainly not without having a government censor looking over your shoulder.
Right.
And that they disappeared into the secret laboratories of the Allied and Axis nations during World War II, particularly in the United States and Nazi Germany. There's no question in my mind that this is what happened to some of this stuff.
You know, I think there's an aspect to this, too, when we talk about the scientists themselves.
Right.
And they get nailed into these projects.
Right.
You don't get out of these projects.
That's the other sad aspect of this. You know, if we consider a genius like Einstein, very clearly the man had moral qualms with his involvement with the periphery of the Manhattan Project. And the same thing, you know, you could say of Dr. Oppenheimer. I think you're exactly right that these scientists, to some extent, once they get in these things, they cannot get out. And one of the interesting things in that regard, and to his great moral credit, Dr. Michio Kaku, I know very clearly on many occasions, has stated that he turned down such offers for very similar reasons.
Very smart man.
Yes, a very smart man as far as I'm concerned.
Well, when we talk about the atom bomb, and the energy that is released, okay, and people, flesh and blood people at ground zero, you know, the military guy says, well, you know, we incinerated them. What happens to the soul, to the essence of the person? I mean, because space-time fabric with that kind of an energy release, isn't it distorted?
Oh my, Georgianne. Bingo. You just hit your hammer right on the top of a very significant nail that few people stop really to think about. This is going to take a bit of time to set up properly, and I'm thinking about how to do it. All right, let's do this. One of the things that if you take a typical plutonium bomb, which you compress the critical mass of plutonium to supercriticality by imploding it, okay, you squeeze it literally within, you know, a few millionths of a second, if you could possibly do it. When that happens, I believe, and I don't think you'll find this written of in any open literature, okay? But when that happens, that compression and that tremendous release of energy, I think, creates a momentary and very significant torsion effect. Okay?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, you have a momentary bending of the field around the detonation. Now, the reason I stress that is in some cases on films of atomic detonations, you have to kind of dig for these. But in some cases, you can see what appears to be just in nanoseconds before the actual blast. You can see a subtle darkening in the film, in the picture.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the common standard explanation for that effect is that it is some sort of photochemical retinal bleaching on the photographic equipment taking the pictures, you know, and they've perfected this equipment to be able to take frames, you know, millions of frames in a second.
Right.
Okay? So, and that equipment itself is a very closely guarded secret. But I don't think that this is really what's taking place at all. I think that what you actually see there is a very slight momentary field collapse, and that will produce that subtle darkening that you see. Okay? And interestingly enough, one of the other things I think you have to take into consideration is that when the United States detonated its first hydrogen bomb, it was codenamed Mike. I think the calculated yield, and I'm pulling a figure out of my head here, this may not be correct, but I think the calculated yield was between 4 and 6 megatons. Instead, they got a yield of about 10 megatons, you know, which is just an enormous error of calculation. And I think, and again, I must be honest, I'm speculating a bit here, but I'm quite convinced that this sent them back to their slide rules and drawing boards and to recalculate what had happened and where had all of this excess energy come from. And I don't think it was explainable on the basis that the reaction was more efficient than they thought it would be. I think that it came from an unanticipated hyperdimensional bleed of energy into the nuclear reaction itself. Okay, go back to our dam with water behind it and water flowing downhill. When that bomb is detonated, that opens the sluice gate, okay, for a very small fraction of a moment. And excess energy cascades into the geometry of the reaction, okay? So that's where that excess yield came from. Now, let me go a bit further with you in this. I believe that if you look at going to discover that, and again, this is belief. I have not done any research on this. I have no data, so please understand that I am speculating here on the basis of an intuition rather than on the basis of data. Okay?
Yes.
But I believe that if you examine the various detonations, tests that have taken place, and the yields of these devices, that you will find some variations of the yield depending upon the location of the detonation, the strength of planetary magnetic field, the alignments of the planets, the sun, so on and so forth, the phases of the moon. Because again, if it is a hyperdimensional reaction that is also feeding into these bombs that are being accessed by them, then the geometry of local space will play a role in that reaction, howsoever subtle that role may be. Okay?
Yes.
So that means then that these bombs are in part harmonic devices. They are entangled with something else. They're coupled with another system. The reason I believe this is that the United States and the Soviet Union have all but ceased their nuclear testing. And I think the reason why is that they did these tests under different circumstances and under enough different conditions that they learned some of these laws that were operating. And I believe that the reason that you find more recent entries into the nuclear club continuing to test their devices, like France or Red China particularly, that the reason is that they've discovered the same thing, and they too are trying to learn what those laws are. And I believe that if this is all true, if this speculation of mine is true, that this is probably one of the most closely held secrets of the nuclear powers that there is, because it is a door, again, to this other kind of physics that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And it may be, for them, the most practical way to explore what the fundamental geometries and laws of that physics are. Yeah, it's a stunner, and I emphasize its speculative nature. But if true, then yeah, it's a horrifying thought.
Well, by golly, Joseph, this calls for a part 8.
Now you said that when I was sneaking a sip on my soda.
Part 8 of the Cosmic War. And by golly, part 8. We left people with a terrible cliffhanger, Joseph.
I don't remember what it was.
Oh, yes, you do. We were talking about bombs going off.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And what happens to the human being, to the soul, when there is such a violent distortion that's caused in the dimensions by these huge, very violent explosions. And I know that some of this is speculating, but there have been people in the past that have said that there is some effect on those who die when these things, when they're in these blast zones. And looking at it from a standpoint of physics, what do you think?
Well, that is really a highly speculative question, and it's going to require a lot of speculation on my part to answer it, and a lot of setting up.
Yeah.
If we go back to some things that I said in the previous shows for a moment, I'd like to start with that, and then I'd like to talk about the UFO appearances over the Baltic and Scandinavian countries in 1946, and then over New Mexico in 1947, because I think all of these things are related. So let's start with the nuclear blast itself. When we set off our first hydrogen bomb, which was codenamed Mike in 1952, I believe it was, we had calculated the yield to be somewhere around 4 to 6 megatons. when the bomb set off, it ran away to a yield of 10 megatons, which is just a massive, massive miscalculation of the yield. So in other words,
one of those oops.
Yeah, one of those teensy tiny little oops. You know, you've added 4 million tons of the explosive power of TNT to your yield. So, yeah, so you know, this sent them back to their thinking as to where this excess energy had come from. Now, I've never seen any published literature that is in the scientific peer-reviewed stuff that, to my mind, adequately accounts for that extra yield. And what I think it is that when a bomb of that magnitude is set off, or even an atomic bomb in the much smaller kiloton range, that this sets up for a very brief moment a kind of a dimensional gateway because of the geometries that occur in the center of the explosion, that geometry sets up a gateway that opens up a kind of, if you will, a kind of a sluice gate or a portal, if you will, to higher dimensional geometries, and then as a result of that, energy cascades into the reaction. Now, it's interesting because I believe, and I've said this before on your show, that I believe that the reason that the yields of these devices changes slightly from their calculated, planned and designed yield is that it depends on the geometries of the fabric of local space-time. So in other words, you're going to get slightly different yields depending on where on the planet you set these bombs off, when you set them off, and the positions of the various planets, the phases of the moon, and so on, in the local geometrical configuration of celestial space. So the yield will change slightly because of all of these things. So in other words, we're dealing, once again, in my opinion, with hyperdimensional, if you will, torsion or even scalar effects that really are at the center of the reasons why recent nuclear nations like Pakistan or China or France, which of course is much less recent than those, but that they continue testing, because what they're trying to do, in my opinion, is learn what these laws of geometrical harmonics are when these bombs are set off. And I believe this to be one of the most closely held secrets of the nuclear powers. Now, when we say all of this, this brings into the question, what exactly is the relationship then between these tests and the sudden UFO appearances over the Baltic and Scandinavia in 1946, over New Mexico in 1947, and so on? If we go to the field of ufology for a moment, the very famous and very capable researcher Stanton Friedman has argued for a number of years that, you know, E.T. was visiting New Mexico because that precisely was the home of our first atomic tests, and it was the home of some of our most sensitive nuclear and other black projects installations. Now, that's an intriguing observation, but the first one to make it was a ufologist way back in the mid-'60s by the name of Frank Edwards, who wrote a book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business. And in it, he points out that this is one explanation. In other words, E.T., if E.T. is out there, E.T. picked up some sort of signal from our atomic testing and came basically in military reconnaissance style missions to find out what was going on this on this little backwater planet, and you know, at the edge of the galaxy. So that raises the question then, well, what is E.T. doing in Scandinavia in 1946? Because, of course, the standard legend is that the Germans failed in their atomic bomb effort. Well, readers of my book, Reich of the Black Sun, will recall that I make a fairly convincing, in my mind, a fairly convincing prima facie case that in fact Nazi Germany had a successful A-bomb project, and that they actually tested some sort of nuclear device successfully in or around October of 1944, which is fully about 8 to 9 months before our Trinity test in New Mexico. So in other words, they beat us. But this puts those UFO appearances in Scandinavia at a rather interesting time frame, because they occur at approximately 2 years after the date of the German test, which would corroborate that whole Friedman scenario that they're showing up approximately 2 years after the Trinity test in New Mexico in July of 1945. So this raises the question then, if this is what's going on, and it's a big if, I'll grant you, I'm not entirely myself sold on the idea of ET, but let's say for the sake of argument for a moment that this is what is going on. If ET is picking up signals from these nuclear detonations, then again it goes back to this idea that in some aspect of the nuclear detonation itself, we have a component that is hyperdimensional in nature. It does create a geometry which will affect the geometries of higher dimensional spaces. And as a result of that, the signal, the longitudinal wave, which we're going way back now in our series of presentations, the longitudinal stress wave in space-time itself will travel very quickly, in other words, faster than the speed of light, to wherever. Now, if there are civilizations out there with the necessary technology to pick up on those types of signals, they will immediately conclude that somebody somewhere has made the first step toward accessing those higher dimensions by the acquisition of nuclear weapons. And that, of course, means that they're taking their first steps towards the acquisition of even more powerful weapons than nuclear or thermonuclear weapons. And so you'd better go check them out. Okay? So this raises the question then, what happens or what may be happening to people that are in or close to ground zero during a nuclear or thermonuclear attack? Now, it's actually a two-pronged question, because on the one hand we have the theological viewpoint, which is, of course, that man is a chimerical creature in the sense that he is partly a physical being and partly a spiritual being fused into one. And when the soul and the body are torn apart or ripped apart, that, of course, is the natural process of death. In other words, our wholeness is in the fact that we are both a soul and a body. The soul is not all of us. In other words, that is the standard traditional Christian view of the human creature. And to a certain extent, one would have to say it's the standard view of Jewish theology as well. In other words, we're not just spirits or souls imprisoned in a body. The body is somehow fundamental to our very being. So, from the theological standpoint, a nuclear blast really does nothing different than any other means or way or method of death. It simply tears the body and the soul apart, kills the body, and the soul goes on. But from the physics standpoint, the fact that man is that peculiar blend of soul and body may mean that part of mankind's existence is, in fact, as a hyperdimensional being. In other words, the soul or the spirit part of man may exist in many more dimensions than our current physical existence. So a nuclear blast, perforce, would affect that existence. It may profoundly modify it. It may send it, And again, please understand, I'm speculating wildly here. I have not addressed this question in any of my books. But a nuclear blast may send that part of human existence completely across the galaxy, who knows what happens. But, if we are hyperdimensional creatures in that respect, then a nuclear blast, simply by accessing those, some of those things, is going to have an effect on that. But we don't know what it is. My guess, based on some of the Giza Death Star destroyed work that I did, my guess would be that it not only affects mankind, but it would possibly profoundly alter deleteriously his spiritual existence. But in what way, we don't know. We simply don't have the science or the data, or even the technology to figure out how to test for something like that. The closest we've come to developing any sort of scientific approach to these questions would be the concept of remote viewing, and I'm not aware in any of that literature that anyone did any sort of remote viewing of what happens in situations like that. So, we're speculating wildly here, but I think, to put it in a nutshell, that if we view mankind in that way, if we view nuclear detonations as having some sort of hyperdimensional component to them by virtue of the geometry of the explosion itself, then yes, it's bound to have an effect.
That's scary.
It's very scary, yes.
Yeah. Very, very, very scary stuff. Well, you mentioned nuclear blasts.
Mm-hmm.
They're maybe looking for, a doorway or something.
Mm-hmm.
Is this part of what we talked about before, Joseph, the coupling of earth and heaven?
It could be. It could be. Again, I don't address theological questions at any great length in my books for a very good reason, in that there are so many ramifications and implications of these things that I believe that they have to be worked out very carefully and in great detail. But if for a moment we take any reference to heaven or to, the realms of the gods, or whatever one wishes to call them,
right.
If we take any of those references as being references to higher dimensional planes of existence,
right.
then yes, on this view of nuclear and thermonuclear detonations, they are, for brief moments, making some sort of impact in those dimensions as well as in our own. So yes, there is a coupling effect there that clearly is taking place.
Boy. Well, we talked about this crystalline structure, space and time.
Mm-hmm, yes.
Yeah, and this lattice structure.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is because crystal can be programmed, this lattice structure,
mm-hmm.
is it programmed? Do we have any indication?
Oh, yes, absolutely. One of the most interesting features of the work of the Ukrainian physicist that I've mentioned earlier, Dr. Volodymyr Krasnoholovets, and his mathematical associate, Michel Bunias, one of the most interesting features of their work is precisely, not only do you get this idea of a lattice structure to space itself. In other words, we're not dealing with just a mere void. It actually has a structure. It has information content to it. So anything that modifies that structure is going to have, just by the nature of the case, it's going to have a profound modifying effect at the very minimum at the subquantum and quantum levels, and probably more if you have the means or ability to manipulate that technologically. So, the plain and simple answer to that is yes, and I am not speculating wildly here. This is the clear implication of their published three-part paper in the topic. So, again, these papers are out there, It's just that you won't find them where you think you would find them. I believe I mentioned earlier the fact that my sister that died of the brain tumor. We had to find the platinum treatment that they had developed for these glioblastomas, not in a medical journal where you would expect it to be, but we found it in the Platinum Metals Review, which is a journal of metallurgy.
Yeah, who would think that?
Yeah, who would think that, this is the way they hide things, though, Georgianne. So, these papers by Krasnoholovitz and Bunias are not published in physics journals. They're published in journals of cybernetics. So you really have to, when you research this stuff, you have to think like they do. You have to think, well, where am I going to hide this openly? And be prepared to read outside of what you would think would be where they're going to publish this stuff, because that's where that's where you're more likely to find this information.
Wow.
Isn't that weird? Yeah.
Well,
and it's funny. I've run into this phenomena so many times in so many just very different ways that at this juncture I can't write it off as being coincidence anymore. This is the actual, if you will, the actual operational design and thinking of these people.
Oh my goodness. Well, okay, this lattice.
Right.
How does it affect us?
Well, anything, obviously, anything that alters some component of local space-time in a fundamental way is going to have a profound effect on us. And this, of course, brings up the whole problem of astrology, because, astrology is a very, very old, quote-unquote, science.
Yeah.
It goes back millennia. It goes back to the earliest reaches of developed human civilization, to Sumer and Egypt and China and India. These cultures were very advanced civilizations, and they were steeped in astrology.
Well, and Joseph, that's God's book in the sky.
Yeah, and if you press it, if you know the right scholarly books to read, there have been whole studies on the astrological references in the Book of Revelations and in other books of the Bible, or the Pseudepigrapha and so on and so forth. They're just full of this stuff, but you have to know what you're looking at and looking for. But to go back to the whole general subject for a moment, astrology, as I point out in the Cosmic War, appears to be, again, yet another declined legacy of what used to be a very, very sophisticated civilization and a very sophisticated physics. And the reason I say that is that in the early 1950s, the RCA Corporation undertook a study, asked a scientist to become involved in a study of why sunspots seemed to run in cycles and interfere with broadcast transmissions. And the scientist's name was a fellow by the name of Nelson. And he actually published these little scientific papers on this subject. And what he discovered was just, it really kind of knocked everybody back then, right back on their keisters, back into their chairs, thinking, because what he discovered was that the sunspot cycle seemed to vary in intensity depending on the alignment of the planets.
Yes.
And, which, even in his own words, he says this sounds too much like astrology. So in other words, we've just now, again, this is another one of those peculiarities, we've just in the last 50 to 60 years come to the point where if you know where to look in the physics papers, we're coming to the point again that some of this ancient stuff appears, at least in its basic outlines and premises, to be vindicated once again. Because, of course, any time that you change in a significant way the planetary alignments, you are affecting the fields that we live in.
Yes.
And those fields, in turn, the slight and subtle changes in those fields, also have a physiological and an emotional effect. Now, this brings me to the subject of the book I'm writing now, because I've discovered that there is a whole vast body of this type of research discussing the ability of living cells quite literally to superconduct. In other words, to take very small, minute amounts of electrical current and quite literally use that in a way that people never would have thought possible until a few years ago. And this opened up a whole area of research very quietly that's been going on in physics and in biophysics, where the study has been made of the effects of minute alterations of electromagnetic fields on metabolism, on the process of disease induction, or for that matter, disease prevention, or reversal, or emotional manipulation, and so on. So again, this is to say that there may be, and it's looking increasingly likely that there was, at one time, a very formally explicit, highly developed science, way back when, that later devolved into what we now know as astrology.
Yes.
So, again, I look at all this stuff and I'm just kind of perplexed, because if all of that is true, the more details and data like this that we add to this picture of this very ancient civilization, the more sophisticated it looks, and it's beginning to look like that civilization absolutely dwarfed ours in terms of its scientific achievements and treasury of knowledge.
Well, okay, we've got the Zodiac up there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And an astrologer would say, well, if you are born in Aries,
right,
and then you have a certain sign rising on your cusp,
right,
it will give you certain traits.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this part of this crystalline lattice work, the Zodiac?
Oh, boy.
I'm sorry.
No. This is an excellent question. And I kind of dance around this very issue in the Three Pyramid books, and then again in the Cosmic War.
Yeah.
The short answer to this is yes. But the explanation for it is, and again, I stress that this is a speculative explanation here that I'm offering based on the information I present in those books. But the explanation is, if you'll recall back 4 or 5 sessions ago in this series, I believe we were talking about these impressed dynamics or templates of action. Okay?
Yes.
And I talked about them in reference to the Sumerian tablets of destinies, because it appears that the theft of those things, which led to all of these cosmic wars, had some connection not only to structures of space, to the celestial geometries, but it had some connection also to emotional states of people, their possessors, and how they use them, and then how they use them on other people. Now, if we look at this whole area of physics once again, the idea of a template arises out of the way that you configure electromagnetic interference patterns or gratings on a target area. And Soviet research in particular discovered that you could induce basic or generalized emotional states depending on the energy, the frequency, and the type of interference patterns that you would set up in certain target regions. You could actually manipulate emotions. You could induce diseases. You could reverse diseases depending on this interference pattern. Well, what's an interference pattern? If you look at the interference pattern, say, of two rocks thrown into the surface of a very calm pond, you're going to get that little interference pattern of waves. Well, that interference pattern, looked at another way, is nothing but a lattice structure. It has certain nodes, it has certain crests and troughs and so on and so forth, just exactly like a crystal. If you were to freeze those interference patterns for that moment in time, you would have a crystalline-like structure. So again, the answer is yes, because all of these things are related. They all stem from this very same basic physics outlook and view.
So the templates, you could, or could you refer to those as the houses?
Yes, this is the basic idea. The houses are, if you want to look at the Zodiac in this way, the houses are certain basic geometrical configurations. That's all they are.
Yes.
So, in other words, I'm suggesting that maybe once upon a time there existed an actual scientific, formally explicit explanation as to why these particular configurations impressed that template in such a way that people born in that grid, and that's what we're talking about again, in that lattice structure, behave characteristically in certain ways. So in other words, again, there was a very profound physics, there was a very profound biophysics, there was a very profound psychology, and they had it all more or less formally, explicitly worked out. Modern astrology would be the considerably, and I stress this here, would be the considerably declined quasi or pseudo-scientific legacy of something that actually once existed and had a great deal of precision.
Yes. Yes. Wow.
Yeah. That's a wow.
Yeah. No, but there. I agree with you that at some point in time in the past, they understood all this and they had that technology.
Well, it's interesting that you say this at some point in the past, because in the Cosmic War, I point out that the Egyptologist Wallace Budge wrote a fascinating book. It's called Amulets and Superstitions. And it's basically nothing but a manual and a collection of photographs of all of these ancient Egyptian and Sumerian and Hurrian and, all of these ancient societies, of their amulets and talismans and superstitions that they ascribe to them. But he makes an interesting observation. He notes that in Babylon, the claim of the astrologers and priests was that their observations were based on things that stretched back hundreds of thousands of years.
My goodness.
So in other words, the texts themselves say that not only is this extremely old, but that the observations were taken over a vast amount of time, and that they come from something earlier. In other words, they imply that they themselves know that they are a declined legacy of something far more sophisticated. And that puts this whole disastrous Iraq venture of these neocon idiots that are running this government right now into a very, very different light. Because I've suggested before, in connection with our discussions on the tablets of destinies, that one of the weapons of mass destruction that they may really have been referring to is not the modern stuff, but the ancient stuff.
Yes.
And that they were going in there to try and find some of this stuff. And then we had, of course, that whole bizarre incident with the looting of the Baghdad Museum.
Yeah.
Which I'm still not convinced was us that did it. I've discussed this problem with Jim Mars many times, and he thinks that it's his opinion that it was an inside job and somebody in our government or one of its associated agencies or secret societies went in there and stole this stuff. Well, I'm not entirely convinced of that myself. I think there's probably an equal possibility that either the French or the Germans went in there, because after all, they were the ones that were kicked out. They were the ones that were digging for this stuff for Saddam Hussein.
Good point.
So, it could be any one of these three world powers that had their own agenda behind what happened there. But in any case, if we put this astrological spin to this whole view, then maybe one of the targets of this clandestine, covert, occult agenda over there was to recover some of these ancient astrological texts, because again, they may have been a key for certain people in the know to decipher some of this very advanced physics and science. So it's once we get into this stuff, you start seeing political events in a very different light.
Oh, absolutely. Well, okay. Now we've got this lattice work,
mm-hmm.
and in the lattice work we have these. In the lattice work is crystalline,
right?
And we've got these templates,
right?
Okay. Now, if we look at the planets
mm-hmm.
as they move through
mm-hmm.
this lattice work,
right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now what?
Well, anytime you have, this is just basic Einsteinian physics, which of course has its problems, as some scientists will tell you, but the basic premise is anytime that you have this occurring, it will change and slightly modify the structure of local space-time. But I think there's other things in play here that conventional physics has not taken adequate account of. The angular momentum, for example, of the solar system lies mostly in the planets, not in the sun. And in Einsteinian physics, of course, it's the sun, which is the most important component in the geometry that's being discussed, because it's the most massive object. But in this kind of torsion-based, hyperdimensional approach to physics, it's not mass that is one of the primary determining factors, it's angular momentum. So in other words, again, that view tends to corroborate this whole astrological idea that we're dealing with subtle but yet very calculable effects of the local celestial geometry, not only on the lattice structure of space itself, but on the ability to impress certain dynamics into living creatures. So again, this is all very new stuff. Let's be honest here. This type of scientific thinking really didn't begin until after the relativity revolution. It began precisely in Nazi Germany. It was continued very assiduously in the Soviet Union during its period of existence, and particularly after World War II, when the Soviets, of course, uncovered some of this Nazi research. They decided, well, we're going to, we'd better investigate this more fully. But it's again testimony to the fact that somebody somewhere in modern times, and precisely in connection with various world powers. In other words, this was an organized, financed, well-designed, covert effort to recover this stuff, and certainly this is the case in the case of Nazi Germany. I mean, the whole Nazi ideology is suffused with this idea that this ancient civilization existed. I mean, my word, we had Heinrich Himmler, of all people. This is hardly Mr. Science. This man basically is a scientific blockhead. But nonetheless, we have someone in his position financing and personally sponsoring an SS expedition to Tibet. And what do? Well, they go there in late 38 and early 39, just as the war clouds are beginning to gather, and what do once they're there? Well, they manage somehow, in spite of the presence of the British Raj down in India, they manage to get into the Potala at Lhasa Apso, and they manage additionally to talk the Tibetan regent, a fellow by the name of Rinpoche, to let them have an entire copy of the Kang Shur, which is centuries, if not millennia old, most of which has never been translated into any Western language. They get this thing out of Tibet and back to Nazi Germany. Oh boy, yeah. And this is one of those great mysteries of World War II, because nobody that I've talked to Peter Levenda, who's more or less the expert on this whole expedition and this whole Nazi involvement with the occult. Nobody knows what happened to that thing, Georgianne. It goes completely missing at the end of the war. We don't know if it's destroyed. We don't know if it was spirited away and hidden in one of those SS underground installations. Nobody knows. But there's one very interesting thing that indicates that the Nazis, in particular, were trying to reconstruct this ancient science. And that is, when the Russians entered Berlin in 1945, in the Reichskanzlei itself, the headquarters of the Hitler regime, that big, massive, elegant building that Albert Speer built before the war that housed the Führer bunker underneath it. The Reichschancellery itself was literally just blown to bits by the Soviets, but yet, the building was intact. They entered this thing, and what did they find? They find over 1,000 Tibetan Buddhist monks dead. Some of them who had committed ritual suicide, and more interestingly, many of these monks were in SS uniforms.
Oh my goodness.
Now, here's the problem. Number one, how did they get there? Because that 1938-1939 expedition, Georgianne, didn't bring out any monks. It only brought out the 8 or 9 Germans that went in there, some of their Nepalese and Tibetan guides, and several, mules and yaks that were carrying this copy of the Kang Shur.
Yeah.
But that's it. So in other words, at some point during the war, the Germans had launched another expedition to Tibet and literally brought out by the plane load, 2 or 3 airplane loads of Tibetan monks. Now, I've talked about this with Peter Levenda, like I say, and we kind of came to the conclusion that, well, this expedition probably had to have been mounted sometime during 1942, during the big German offensive in Russia in that year, as they were pressing down, deeply down into the Caucasus Mountains. It's a little known fact of military history that the Germans actually launched a long-range combat reconnaissance with an SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment all the way down to Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. That's deep inside of the Soviet Union. And what did they do? As they were doing this along the way, they're tearing up Russian rail lines, they're cutting phone lines, telegraph lines. In other words, they're just literally putting the whole region of that part of the Soviet Union into a communications blackout. Well, this would be the expedition to me that would make sense for having a contingent of SS commandos who then cut themselves loose from that mother unit and press on down through Kazakhstan and the desert and so on into Tibet. And what do they do once they're there? Well, they probably build an airfield for some of those long-range German ultra-heavy lift aircraft, and then the Germans fly 2 or 3 missions all the way from Europe into Tibet and bring out these monks. Why are they bringing the monks out? There's only one real good reason, and that is they're bringing them out to translate that copy of the Kang Shur into German. So in other words, again, we have another little indicator that massive effort was made on the part of at least one of the world's scientifically sophisticated great powers during the height of the world's most destructive war, to boot, to uncover this stuff and translate it and analyze it. And again, I stress the all-important fact that this copy of the Kong-Shur went completely missing at the end of World War II, just like the Bell, just like General Hans Kammler, and just like all of the Bell's project documentation. So my suspicion is that may have been one of those things that the SS managed to smuggle out of Nazi Germany at the end of the war, and they kept it secret to this day, probably somewhere in Latin America.
My goodness.
Can we say Colonia Dignidad?
Uh-huh. Yeah, horrible things went on there with children.
Well,
too.
I mention that because you see what we're doing is we're connecting the dots in a different way.
Yes.
Because, that whole business of the overthrow of Salvador Allende and the installation of Pinochet back in the 1970s at the instigation of the CIA, of IT&T, well, that was accomplished with the help of Colonia Dignidad. Yeah. So, in other words, we have all of these little connections going on, and it is, again, my suspicion that this overthrow, this coup of the Allende government, was done not so much because the United States didn't want to have a Marxist running Chile, so what? It was really done because IT&T, which had tremendously deep connections with the Nazi regime all throughout World War II, it was done because the Nazis themselves were afraid that this would somehow expose or jeopardize whatever independent lines of research they still had going on in Latin America. So I don't think that whole thing was even really ultimately or primarily an American effort. It was primarily a Nazi effort, and they just got us to do their dirty work for them. Yeah. So,
what else is new?
What else is new? But, I'm stressing all this just to kind of illustrate for people how very peculiarly the dots connect if you're willing to speculate a bit and kind of read between the lines of what's happening with some of these very strange incidents and details about the war. And again, I'm convinced that someone in the SS Ahnenerbedienst had concluded that there was a real science somehow that used to lay behind astrology, and that they had to go looking in the most ancient places that they knew there to be records existing in. And of course, where were they? Well, part of them were in Iraq, so we have the explanation for that very heavy Nazi spy network, and so heavy, in fact, that they were successful in having that Iraqi coup take place in the beginning of 1941, which the British had to put down 2 years later. The Nazis had a deep and very pervasive spy network inside of Iraq. So we have that going on, and then we have this very heavy Nazi interest in Tibet, which, of course, again, is one of those places where you're going to find some very, very ancient records that are kept down there in the bowels of the Potala. So, this is, to me, the big indicator that at least with the Third Reich, we're dealing with a nation state that is very serious and very determined to put this stuff back together.
Well, okay, Noah Kramer, in some of his books on the Sumerian civilization, refers many times to these tablets of destiny.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that, Inanna or whatever stole them and took them away, and then she was chased all over. It's quite a story. And if these tablets of destiny, the word destiny has something to do with how to program this, what would we say, the lattice work?
Well, this is the whole, I'm glad you mentioned this, because this is the whole thrust of an entire chapter of my book, The Cosmic War.
Yeah.
In fact, the chapter is dedicated to answering the question, what are these things? You know, because you cannot read Sumerian mythology without bumping into them, and without bumping into them at almost every turn. And the story is, you know, it begins to read like one of those bad 1960s soap operas, because every time you bump into them, someone's trying to steal them from someone else.
Yes.
Every time they do manage to get them stolen from someone else, they have a major war.
Yes.
In order either to recover them or to stop whoever steals them from using them to their full force and potential. So you look at the Enuma Elish, which is the so-called Babylonian creation story, and you have Tiamat doing what? Well, Tiamat steals the tablets of destinies from Anu, and what does she do? She starts a war. How does she fight it? Well, she fights it using weather weapons. She fights it using chimerical creatures, and so on and so forth. So the gods that are fighting Tiamat recruit Marduk to go and put her down. Marduk destroys Tiamat, recovers the tablets of destiny, and somehow later on they end up in the hands of Enlil. So what happens to them then? Well, a fellow by the name of Anzu comes along, and he steals the tablets of destinies, and what happens? They have a war.
Yeah.
You know? So whatever these things are, you know, the first thing that emerges from the Sumerian tablets is that these tablets of destinies are a technology. They're a technology of war. They are a technology that somehow convey supreme power of hegemony to their possessors.
Well, and they are also a technology of how to control human beings.
Yes. This emerges very clearly from the text.
Yeah.
So, you know, I devote one whole chapter in the Cosmic War to basically sit down and examine very carefully what these ancient Sumerian texts say about the tablets of destinies. And the first thing that we have to note is that in each case, the least ambiguous part of the constellation of concepts that surround them are their possessors. And in each case, every time someone gets a hold of these things, there's a war fought, not only to recover them, but by means of them.
Yes.
Okay? So I come to the conclusion that they are, and you'll recall this from the book, and it fits in with your observation that you made earlier. These are, so to speak, somehow the software that made all of their advanced communications and weapons technologies work. And if you get into the detail of those texts and what they say about these tablets of destinies, there is a very clear astrological connection to them. And this, again, to my mind, if we read behind the astrological connection, what we're really seeing in these tablets of destinies is that they are, so to speak, the catalogs of these templates or these grid patterns or these lattice structures that can impress these emotional states on target areas, or that can be used for even much more vastly destructive purposes. So in other words, they're the software that makes all this stuff work. And there's one final connection that they have that emerges from these texts. And this is really the thing that most surprised me when I was doing Cosmic War. And that is, these tablets of destinies are almost always associated with ziggurats. In other words, with pyramids.
Yes.
And, you know, that just kind of cinched it for me, because, at least as far as the evidence of ancient texts were concerned. Because this means that the whole notion of pyramids as weapons is, as far as the ancient text goes, is almost an ironclad case. So this is the other thing that emerges. So we really have two components as far as the ancient text goes to this ancient technology of destruction and emotional manipulation. On the one hand, we have the hardware, the pyramids or the ziggurats, and on the other hand, we have the software, these tablets of destinies. And again, we have to be very, very careful to understand what I'm saying here.
Yes.
I'm not saying that these ziggurats that we are digging up in Mesopotamia, nor am I saying that the pyramids that one finds in Mexico, or most of the pyramids in Egypt for that matter, or the pyramids in China and what have you, are components of a weapons system. What I think we're looking at there are residues that people were building because they remembered that these things were once somehow objects of great power. But I do think there is one structure on this planet that does look as if it does fill all the bill for one of these weapons, and that's precisely the Great Pyramid. So, and we know from the structure itself, we know that there are components that used to be inside it that are now missing.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah.
So, put two and two together. The tablets of destinies, which made whatever this dragon's tooth or house of great affliction or the great mountain or whatever the reference to this ancient weapon is in the ancient texts, with the tablets of destinies, we're looking at what made it work. So it may be that those were the very things that were removed from the Great Pyramid. So, you have to connect the dots very carefully, not only in terms of the general scenario. You have to connect the dots very carefully between my books because they're very deliberately set up to be very intricately connected with each other.
That's right. That's right. And speaking of your books, I want to take a moment here.
Sure.
You have a very important announcement.
Oh, yeah. I've reached the stage, Georgianne, and your listeners, that the press of interviews and writing is getting to the point that I'm having to do it almost full time. And I'm getting to the point, that every author, I guess, that has ever entered this field goes through, that at a certain point they get to the point where they have to do full time, but doing it full time doesn't sustain them. So I'm going to start accepting donations. I've just put this up on my website. There is an address there that if people want to make donations to help support the research, they can do so by mailing me directly. I am also in the process right now of getting things organized with PayPal to get those things up and put links up if people prefer to use PayPal for it. But I'm getting to the point where I'm now going to have to ask shamelessly, for some help and for donations if people are willing and able to do so. It would be greatly appreciated.
Well, absolutely, and I know that a lot of our listeners have purchased your books and just love the materials.
Well, I'm glad they do. I'm glad they do.
And I think that it should not be too difficult for people to contribute to your work.
Oh, I hope not. It's funny. I occasionally pop into Amazon.com and kind of track, how the books are doing. Well,
yes.
It's very, very odd what has happened in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Cosmic War, for some reason, is doing fairly well, and I can't figure out why. A friend of mine told me that Amazon is apparently advertising it on the Coast to Coast AM site on occasion, but that doesn't account for it. But the thing that most oddly intrigues me is that my new book that's coming out this spring is doing very well in pre-order. It's almost as if the first printing is sold out already,
yeah.
and it's not out.
That's wonderful.
But the problem with being an author is you wait 6 months between royalty periods. So,
Yeah.
So you're left kind of sucking fumes, and that's the reason for this change of policy on my part, and deciding that I might as well do what everybody else does, accept donations.
Well, there's no shame in that, believe me.
No, there really isn't. It's like I say, I find myself getting to the point now that I know that I'm going to be increasingly preoccupied not only with writing but with giving interviews and doing documentaries and so on. And I mentioned that little phone call I had from a certain individual prior to the show.
And
so
we love him.
Yeah, we do, and there's a strong possibility that there's some projects that will be involved with him. So I'm to the point that this is really becoming an almost 24-hour, 7-day-a-week problem, and it's making it increasingly difficult for me to schedule jobs around it. And so, I'm going to have to start doing this.
Well, I would ask all the listeners out there, you can contribute something to Joseph P. Farrell's work, and a lot of exciting things are coming up that we can't talk about right now.
Yeah.
But they're in the works.
They're definitely in the works.
Yes. So please, I know you're listening. Please contribute to Joseph P. Farrell's works, and they're very important, and they're going to become more important as we move on into this new, Joseph, this paradigm shift that's coming.
Yes, and it's interesting that you mention that, because almost everyone, and I'm sure you've found the same thing, especially being an interviewer, that almost every person that one comes in contact with, particularly in this community, what I call the alternative community, everyone senses this is coming.
Yes.
And it's to me it's very interesting that Richard Hoagland, when he gave his national press conference briefing about his new book in Washington, D.C., it's very interesting to me that the American media hardly paid any attention, but guess whose media did?
Who?
Russia.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, you and I've talked about it.
Yes.
Phenomenal.
And if there's a country undergoing a paradigm shift right now in a major way, it's Russia.
Yes.
And they're very open to this whole line of thinking. The very fact that a physicist of the stature of Volodymyr Krasnoholovets would have been involved in the Soviet Union's secret pyramid power research program, and is now publishing openly about this stuff. That indicates just how different much of the thinking is over there. So, there is something afoot, and there's many researchers out there that are on to various aspects of all of this. Graham Hancock and Colin Wilson and Rand Flemath and Richard Hoagland, and the list is almost endless. And we all have our different approaches, and I try not. Some people that one runs into in the alternative community are very dogmatic about their particular approach. But I try not to be, because I realize that particularly in the case of speculations about cosmic wars or great pyramids as weapons of mass destruction and so on and so forth, that we are dealing with something highly speculative. And, to me the real story is what the texts seem to imply about all these things, and if they have some sort of, if there's some sort of credible speculative scientific rationalization for them, which increasingly, I think is the case. But everybody's aware of this paradigm shift, and I think that increasingly it's going to be clear that it involves some aspect of our ancient history, and at some point, these theological and spiritual questions that you've raised along the way in these interviews. At some point, that is going to have to be addressed in a major way. The reason that I myself have not done so thus far is I don't think we're yet to a point where we can look at all these different approaches and glean some basic commonalities from them in order to start doing that work. I think we've got a few more years of work before we can get to that point.
Well, it's going to be
it'll be an interesting thing when it does happen.
I was going to say it's going to be one hell of a ride.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it.
Oh my goodness, Joseph. Well, the paradigm that we're shifting into is really, really going to be very upsetting to many, many people.
Yes.
Because of, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but because of what they have not learned sitting in the pew.
Oh, yes, I quite agree. I think, I've mentioned this before, but I stress it again. I think that there is a certain segment, particularly within American Christianity, and particularly within the evangelical wing of it, although there would also be elements within the liberal Protestant denominations, that are just utterly going to be blindsided by this stuff. And I'm speaking here with a great deal of cards in my hand that I'm not showing yet. I know exactly what some of the implications of these things are. I can be very specific and point you to second century references that deal with similar problems in early Christian patristic literature. But this is the point. If you are in a tradition that has more or less made a tradition of being anti-traditional, if you're in one of those groups, then you're not going to have a really good or deeply rooted historical basis for approaching these problems. And that is itself going to create problems. And this isn't to say that the traditional groups don't have problems. They certainly do. But they're of a very different nature than those in the other camp. So it's as you say, the people in the pew have not learned a lot, and particularly those in the pew with their heads always buried in their Bibles.
Yes.
It's just not. It's just going to be a very, very rough ride for them.
Well, Joseph, there are so many layers to the Bible, and they're only when they, the preachers or whatever, they only teach that surface layer. They never go deeper.
Right.
And I don't know. It just upsets me.
Well, it does me too. But this whole area is really an area of Christian apologetics. And
look at what Jesus said in the Gospels. You take away the key of knowledge so the people cannot enter.
Right.
Yes.
And this is increasingly the case with this certain American born and bred strain of evangelicalism that's reached its tentacles all out over the world, which I think is just very bad. It's a form of Christianity that's so massively distorted and warped and twisted that it in itself gives us a bad name around the world.
Right.
But it's simply too weak, both conceptually and spiritually, to withstand what I think is going to happen in the next 10 to 20 years in terms of this paradigm shift. It simply will not be here.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean, that I'm predicting dire things are going to happen to those people. That's not what I mean. I just don't think that it's going to be a concept that is seriously entertained anymore. That people's thinking will change, like it or not. The force of evidence and events and other things is just going to get too overwhelming for them not to. Let me say just one final word about this paradigm shift in this respect.
Okay.
This is a paradigm shift that transcends the current opposition, for example, between evolution and creationism, or if you prefer, intelligent design, because it is so wholly outside of that dialectical opposition that both parties, the secular evolutionist and the evangelical literalist, both parties are going to get blindsided by this stuff. Because it's going to be coming out of left field, and it's going to catch both of those fundamentalisms flat-footed.
Well, wow.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I see it coming. And
Yeah.
I understand. Well, I wanted to ask you more too about this lattice work. If they have these tablets, can they reprogram this lattice work?
Well, the lattice structure itself, let's go back to what it is. It is a current theory of the nature of the information content of space. Okay? So in a certain sense, that structure is always changing because the geometries of objects in it are changing. But it does have certain basic properties that remain more or less constant. So the short answer is that it appears from at least my examination of these ancient texts that whatever this technology was, it did give them the ability to tap directly into and to modify that information content or that lattice structure itself. And, it's because of this that we have the decline legacies of astrology or the decline legacy of alchemy. Alchemy is a very, very big part of this picture because it is the one declined pseudoscience from that ancient civilization that very clearly states, without any hesitation, that it is after the ability to manipulate that prime matter, as it calls it, or to confect the philosopher's stone, which gives them the ability to transmute one element into another. Well, their whole view of that ancient underlying physical substrate or medium or ether or space-time lattice, whatever you want to call it, their whole approach, their whole understanding of that lattice structure was that it itself was transmutative, and therefore, if you could somehow lock into it, that would give you the ability to transmute base metals into gold and so on and so forth. So alchemy is a very, very big part of this story.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not one that's very well appreciated by many people. But, it again is another one of those indicators that we're dealing with a declined legacy, with a residue of a science that once existed. So the short answer to your question is, based on all of these various approaches, is yes, that's precisely what these tablets are. They're the technology that allowed these ancients to tap into the fabric of space-time and manipulate it basically to accomplish whatever it was they wanted to accomplish. If they wanted to accomplish intragalactic communication, it permitted them to do that. If they wanted to blow up planets, it permitted them to do that. If they wanted to manipulate weather or emotional states, it permitted them to do that. Because, again, we're dealing with a profoundly unified physics. We're dealing with a profoundly unified technology based upon that physics. So it's literally the technology and the power of the gods that these people are after.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very, very frightening.
Yeah, it is, and they themselves are not mentally altogether stable.
No, you noticed that.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's true. They're not. these people are just, it goes back to something that Henry Kissinger said once, and for once I agree with him, that power for these people is the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yes.
And when you get to the point where you command such vast wealth in such concentrated hands, like a Rockefeller family or a Rothschild family or a Torren-Taxis family in Germany, if you get to this point, then what power is left for you to acquire? So what, the other aspect or component of this, Georgianne, is I think that these people are so, how to put it, they're so wealthy, they're so powerful, that they have nothing better to do than fund these crazy projects and go after these crazy things. They're almost exactly in the same position that Heinrich Himmler is inside of the Third Reich. He achieves this pinnacle of power. So what does he do with it? He sets up an entire bureau of the SS to do nothing but go around the world, dig up all of these ancient things, bring it back to Germany, and study it to see what possible military use could be made out of it.
Yeah, it's always military.
Yeah, it's always. It's just, how can we get power over our fellow human being and blow them up if they don't acquiesce? And really, that's kind of my motivation for writing all these books is just to raise people's awareness of these things and of these agendas that they're going on. They are very real, in spite of the fact that they sound like they're out of some Class B Steven Spielberg movie. Nonetheless, they're very real, and they're very serious people doing these things, and many of these people are very, very wicked.
Yeah, evil.
Evil.
Yes, I agree. It's all about them, their power, their influence, their money, their slaves, you and me, and everybody listening. They're not like us.
Well, in the moral aspect, they're not. And
somebody slipped one of those templates. It was right out of Satan's bureau drawer.
Well, maybe so, but the other purpose, of writing these books and doing these things is, I honestly, truly, genuinely hope that some of it may make its way into these people's hands and wake some of them up. There is such a thing as the change of heart and change of mind.
That's right.
And, these people are no less human than we are. They're no less deserving of our prayers than we are. So, it's also my hope that by pointing out the disasters that this technology led to once long ago, it's my hope that it will change some hearts and the more people that abandon that side and come over to this side, the better off it is.
Right.
These books are their own little shots, I guess, in the cosmic war.
Oh boy! Well, Joseph, this has been once again another journey into some real fascinating material. And
third announcement.
Wow, this is a zinger.
I
love this announcement. Whoa.
Well,
yes.
I don't know if your listeners are aware. You've mentioned it, doing the little biographical announcements about me, but of course my academic background is actually in patristic theology, which is kind of the theology of the church in the first 1,000 years. And of course, that kind of academic background, you have to know a lot of languages and philosophy and history and so on and so forth. It's actually a very broad degree. It sounds like it's a very specialized one, but it's quite the reverse. But in my days as a professor, I did teach secular history quite a lot, but I always tried to teach it from what I considered to be
an informed academic background in the Christian religion, and of course you really can't study things like medieval history without having some idea of what's going on. But anyway, toward the end of my career, my students that had been with me through several courses kind of demanded that I spill the beans, so to speak, because they kind of sensed that I was not saying everything I could. So they talked me into doing this honors philosophy seminar for the University of Oklahoma, and the dean of the College of Classics and Letters granted permission, a very good man. And so I did this seminar in which I spilled the beans, and the seminar was called God, History, and Dialectic.
Right.
And the subtitle of that seminar was The Theological Foundations of the Two Europes and Their Cultural Consequences. In other words, it deals with the subject of why we even have an Eastern Europe and a Western Europe. And the reasons why are all theological, in spite of what you might read in a modern American secular textbook on the subject. But anyway, at the end of that course, much to my surprise, the students gave me a standing ovation. It was one of three that I had received when I was teaching in college.
Well deserved, I might add.
Well, thank you. It was certainly a shock. But then they kind of insisted, and I know I'm going around Harvey's barn again to tell this announcement, but they kind of insisted that I was making recordings of the lectures, and several students were as well, and I'd, of course, typed up little talking points before each class. And they kind of insisted that I transcribe these things and sell them because they like them so much. So I spent 2 weeks laboriously, nonstop it seemed like at times, typing this up. And it turned into a work that was called, again, God, History, Dialectic, the Theological Foundations of the Two Europes and Their Cultural Consequences. So I sold these, little kind of hand-bound, typed-up copies of this monster academic tome to these interested students. Well, much to my surprise, and that's all I ever did with the book, much to my surprise, for some reason, and this was back in 1995, about 13 years ago, in fact, the book, in spite of having given it out to so few people, kept kind of circulating, I guess, kind of samizdat style in the theological underground, or I don't know what you'd call it. And very recently, in the last couple of years, some more people heard about it, and, people kept asking for copies of this thing until finally I sold a couple to an individual who actually had driven all the way from Dallas to Topeka to buy one from me directly. And they had a website, and they started posting excerpts from this book. It's actually a 1,200-page monster, and 350 pages of that are footnotes. So, it's a monster. Well, the demand for the book actually, in spite of my unwillingness actually to make it an actual book or ever to publish it, the demand for it, much to my surprise, kept growing. So I finally decided, just in the last couple of months, to let a friend of mine publish it as an e-book. So that book is now out there. It's the fourth one of the theological books that I've written long ago, and it's available as well as an e-book. So, in other words, there's lots going on, and I'm scarcely able to keep up with it all anymore.
Joseph, where can people get this e-book?
The e-book is at a website that's called www.filioque, and I'll spell that, filioque.com. And Filioque is spelled Filioque. So it's www.filioque.com. It's a PDF format of the exact way the book was typed up, typos and all.
It is rather expensive because it did take me a long time, and it represents about 20 years of my theological book, or theological research. But I finally decided to release that too, so I've got lots going on here.
Yes. And I'm glad.
Well, thank you.
Very glad. Okay. That link will be on your website on the Bite Show, and people can go there and get this book.
Well, thank you.
And it's an important book. So if you love this man's work, this book is his heart and soul. And a lot of learning went into making this book, so I highly recommend it.
And a lot of typing.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I think my fingers were bruised at the end of that 2 weeks.
Your knuckles got
Yes, that's right. I wore my fingers down to nubs, you know. It was one of those sessions.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we will go through this again before we close the show.
Mm-hmm.
Stones of power.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient physics.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Stones of destiny. Tables of destiny. Crystal skulls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there 13 of these skulls?
Well, this is... You jumped right in the deep end tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What else is new?
Well, that's a big Pandora's box.
Yes.
Well, to kind of put all this in a perhaps a contemporary and entertaining perspective, as you know, George Lucas is coming out with the 4th Indiana Jones movie. And it's called Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls. And there's actually a piece about the movie in Vanity Fair magazine that you can look up online. That's very interesting. But the really interesting stuff in the article that are about the movie is on the last page and a couple paragraphs toward the top of the page. Apparently, the movie has a beginning in New Mexico, supposedly filmed and shot actually at a place or location in New Mexico very close to Roswell, and supposedly designed to look like Area 51. And the crystal skull in question is supposed to be alien and ET, and supposedly, according to Vanity Fair, there is a Soviet agent. You know, he's gone from dealing with Nazis to dealing with communists. You know?
Oh boy!
Yeah, you know, trade one bad dream for another. You know? But anyway, the Soviets are apparently after this thing, and of course, the article doesn't really say much more about it. Well, to me, I found this very interesting because if you look at Lucas himself, if you look at George Lucas and his film output, he really is famous for basically those two themes in his movies. One, of course, being the theme of the cosmic war in the 6 films of the Star Wars saga, and the other being this quest for ancient lost science through archaeological digs and processes of that sort. And with this film, to me, Georgianne, I find it very interesting that he's kind of closing the circle between these two themes. Because here he has Indiana Jones going after this crystal skull, which is supposed to be extraterrestrial. And, you know, to me, that's very interesting because I wrote about the crystal skulls in the Giza Death Star way back in my first book.
Yes.
and again about them in the second to the last chapter of the third pyramid book called The Giza Death Star Destroyed. And what I find very interesting with this whole archaeological theme that Lucas, perforce is going to have to address in this movie is if we take the most famous of these crystal skulls, which is the Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull, there have been reports in the literature about them that really go back to Phyllis Galdi and her famous book on the crystal skulls, in which she reported that the art critic Frank Dorland took to Hewlett-Packard this Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull, and they did all sorts of tests on it. And what they discovered was not only was this thing quartz, but they did not have any clue as to how the thing could have been made.
Right.
Because not only is it so highly polished, quartz is an incredibly hard crystal. It's 8 on the most hardness scale of crystals, which is right below ruby and sapphire and diamond. So in other words, it's very, very hard material. And secondly, this is almost pure quartz. There's if you've seen pictures of the crystal skull, this particular one, it's clear. It's as clear and transparent as glass. It has very, very few defects in it. But the most interesting thing about it, and I think I've mentioned this in a prior installment in this series, the most peculiar thing about it, Georgianne, is that it has optical properties that appear to be similar to fiber optics on the inside of the skull. These little channels of quartz crystal that will take any light shown from below the skull, bend it through this solid lump of quartz, and shine it out through the eyes. And no one at Hewlett-Packard could figure out how on earth a bunch of Mayan Indians in the 8th century, which was the geological layer that this thing was actually discovered in by Mitchell-Hedges himself, no one could figure out how this thing was made. In other words, we do not have the technology to reproduce this thing today.
Well, just because it was discovered in that particular layer of that reflects a particular time frame doesn't mean that is when it was crafted.
Well, exactly so. Yeah, exactly so. And this leads us to the real problem, because the Mayans had certain traditions about it. But you mentioned the number 13, and this is where it really gets intriguing, because there's a North American Cherokee Indian legend that there were 13 of these skulls, and that they contained information, and that at their understanding of the end days or the last days or age or whatever you wish to call it, these 13 skulls would be reassembled and their wisdom unlocked for humanity in its hour of need. That typical old theme that you encounter so much. Well, what I find interesting about this Cherokee legend is that they also state very explicitly that these 13 skulls represent the planets of the solar system, with the 13th skull and the most important one representing the sun. Now, this is an extremely odd thing, because you will find a very similar, not just similar, it's identical enumeration of the celestial bodies of the solar system in only one other place, and guess where that is? Sumeria.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, really. Remember Sitchin's book, The 12th Planet?
Yes.
Well, I mean, this is a fairly well-known fact about Sumerian astronomy, is that they numbered 12 planets. They were reckoning certain things as being genuinely planets, like our moon, which it certainly is. I mean, when you stop and think about the astronomical data of the Earth-Moon system, what we really are is a double planetary system. The moon is just an enormously large satellite for a planet as small as the Earth. It's a planet in its own right. So, the Sumerian connection here is just, to me, dumbfounding, because here are, a world away across the Atlantic Ocean, you have the Cherokee Indians saying the same thing. And what's really interesting here is precisely the glimmers or implications of an astrological association with this, because once again we find a legend concerning crystals or stones. They apparently contain some sort of power or information, and in this case the crystal skulls. And we find it associated, these crystal skulls deliberately associated with the planetary system. So in other words, the parallels to me are just too many to be coincidental. And this leaves only really about three possibilities of explanation for it. Either the Sumerians learned it from the Cherokees learned it from the Sumerians, that would be one.
Yes.
And we do know that there was a considerable more degree of trans-oceanic travel back in those ancient classical times than hitherto had been thought. So, that's one possible explanation. The other possible explanation is that they both got more or less the same tradition from somebody else.
Yes.
And that each of these two separate civilizations, and the Cherokee were very civilized, each of these two separate civilizations had their own peculiar legacy or tradition of preserving it. In other words, we see once again that possibility of a very high civilization with a very sophisticated science that declines into these respective Sumerian and Cherokee legends. And that that to me again is just sort of dumbfounding.
Yeah, it is. Well, none of these people throughout time have had the lapidary skills necessary to produce this.
Oh yes, well this brings up an interesting question, because there's a professor at Harvard out there who's supposedly the world's most famous expert on crystal skulls. And to be quite honest, he's right. Many of these skulls that are touted as being ancient really aren't. They're probably forgeries.
Yeah.
But there are a few that cannot really be explained, and you certainly cannot explain the most famous of these skulls, the Mitchell-Hedges skull, as being a forgery, because we simply cannot reproduce this thing. And, it defies, you may be able to explain the polishing of the skull itself as being the result of some very careful, skilled polishing over millennia, you may be able to do that. But explaining those optical interior fiber optic channels inside of it is a totally different matter. So, as I said before, I suspect that this particular example of that rather peculiar artifact may have been a crystal that had been deliberately grown for the purpose and then subsequently, polished and sanded down to its current form.
Well, it's a solid block of crystal.
It is a solid block of quartz crystal, yes.
It's not pieces.
No, it isn't. Although it should be noted that the Mitchell-Hedges skull has a lower jaw that is movable and detachable from the upper part of the skull, which again, that's some pretty involved lapidary skill. And the final thing is that particular skull is the most anatomically correct of them all. You could be looking at, if you didn't know better, you could be looking at a modern casting of glass that had been made from an actual human skull. It is that remarkably accurate. The rest of them don't have that same high degree of precision or finish. So it's almost, in its way, it's kind of the great pyramid of crystal skulls. You really can't explain the thing, and every example of the art after that declines from that standard. So, it's a very interesting thing, and I just find it,
extremely interesting that George Lucas has decided to take these two major themes of his cinematic output, cosmic war and space on the one hand, and a professor going around the world digging for ancient artifacts and talismans of power on the other, and close the circle like he does. To me, that's extraordinarily interesting. So I'm kind of waiting with bated breath for the movie to come out and see what's actually in it.
That makes two of us. Oh boy, Joseph, is there or could there be a connection between this skull and the Mayan calendar?
Well, I am not an expert on the Mayan calendar. I've tended deliberately to shy away from that, because to me it's a subject that is too overgrown with catastrophist and New Age eschatological views and so on.
Okay.
I just really don't know that much about it to be able to comment. I do think that it is interesting, however, that this Cherokee legend does definitely imply that these 13 skulls will be reassembled prior to the final age because they contain information. And again, that's an extraordinarily sophisticated thing to say.
Yeah.
To say that crystals, that a lattice structure contains information.
Yeah, well, I remember last time we talked about the lattice, the crystalline lattice structure and the templates.
Right, yes, we did.
Of God's book in the heavens.
Right, yes. Well, all of this, again, all of this, you connect the dots together, and to me, again, it spells a picture that we're looking at the considerably decayed residue of some sort of very sophisticated science that once existed. Because, as I've mentioned many times before in these interviews, this idea of space itself having a quantized structure, a cellular lattice structure, is an extraordinarily sophisticated view. I mean, the papers for this type of thing really only start appearing in the modern scientific literature within the last 10 to 20 years. You can stretch it further back if you want to extend it a little bit, but certainly it doesn't go any further back than the beginning of the last century. So it's an extraordinarily sophisticated scientific view that you're dealing with here, and I find no other way of explaining it. What's it doing there in a Cherokee legend? It's as out of place there as finding it in the Sumerian legends, because, it's out of place there. So we're dealing with, I think, once again, very clearly, a declination from a very sophisticated science that used to exist. And to me, that's the real story here. And I'm, I even posted an article, Georgianne, on my website, which is www.gizadeathstar.com. Prior to learning and reading this article about this new Indiana Jones film, I posted a short article on my website there about the actual mythological influences on George Lucas, and they are clear and they are specific. There's no getting around them. Once you know who it is that kind of hovers in the background as his advisor, you'll recognize the name immediately. So in other words, he may be closing the circle on something very significant with this movie, and I'm like I say, I'm waiting with bated breath.
Do I dare ask who the advisor is?
Sure. Joseph Campbell.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Well, okay, when we look at, when I have looked at, because I've been down there years ago and looked at the Mayan runes, the Aztec runes, all of that, the Mayan calendar, to me, all of that looks like, at first glance, circuitry.
Yeah, some of that stuff, you know, those wonderfully stylized Mayan petroglyphs and paintings, they're beautiful and grotesque at the same time.
Right.
But some of the ligatures and figures that you see on those things, you're right, they do look suspiciously like some sort of dimly remembered circuitry or machine or something, you know.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to subscribe here to the Erich von Däniken Chariots of the Gods approach. I'm certainly not, but nonetheless, the analogical connections are really there. You know, I pointed out way back in the Giza Death Star the figure of Viracocha on the Gate of the Sun down at Lake Tiahuanaco in Bolivia. And the odd fact that if you look at that in a certain way, it looks like a very stylized representation of a modern fission hydrogen bomb, you know, a three-stage thermonuclear weapon. So, and I say that because you can actually find online basic simplified schematics of Dr. Edward Teller, his design for some of the first deliverable hydrogen bombs, and that's exactly what you see. You know?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's just kind of creepy, but, you know, you can look at these things analogically and start seeing them in a different way, and you put all that together. You know, I should clarify something here.
Okay.
When I say I'm not a subscriber to von Däniken, the reason I'm not is that he attempted to base his case almost entirely on those types of similarities between pictured objects and modern equivalents or analogs. And I'm really not doing that. My sole focus is on a detailed examination of texts. To me, that's where the prima facie case for what I'm saying about this ancient civilization and its sophisticated science really must be based. But once having said that, then you can look at this other stuff and say, oh yeah, ain't that weird? Because this stuff there does seem to be kind of secondary corroborative evidence if you look at it in that way. So please don't misunderstand me. I'm not arguing a case based on a kind of von Däniken approach that anyone who's actually read my books will see very quickly that this is not what I'm doing. So.
Right. Well, you know, if we look at these glyphs, you know, and the Mayans and the Aztecs, even the ancient Hebrew language, there's I don't know, Joseph, I mean, could we say that it's a different type of mathematical language?
Oh, yes. You know, you mentioned the Hebrew language, and I think I mentioned this way back in one of the early sessions, but it's worth mentioning again that a Jewish mathematician, a fellow by the name of Stan Tenen, has been assiduously compiling a mountain of data about what the Hebrew, modern Hebrew characters look like under three-dimensional rotations. And, you know, the very idea that you would take letters of an alphabet and rotate them into three dimensions, you know, it's pretty mind-boggling. But when you actually see some of these dimensional rotations, what they look like, it's very clear that you're dealing with some, you know, I can see in some cases resemblances to plasma generations and Birkeland currents and so on and so forth. There's all sorts of interesting things that pop out of these rotations. So, you know, you have a mathematical, a modern-day mathematical confirmation of an ancient Jewish esoteric tradition that the Hebrew characters are, in some sense, also to be understood as mathematical in nature. It's been a very, very old part of Gematria and Kabbalah and so on and so forth.
Yes.
But the other interesting thing is that linguists down in South America, there's a tribe of Indians that live right around Lake Tiwanaku in Bolivia, where this ancient sun gate of Viracocha is. And they're called the Almira Indians. And linguists noticed that their language was very unusual in terms of the family of human languages, because it appeared to be a language that was almost deliberately constructed as an algorithm to be able to translate anything into it and out of it into another language.
Wow.
Yeah, it has a great deal of translational sophistication, as if it had been designed deliberately to translate other languages. So, in other words, it's kind of a meta language if you want to look at it in that way. It's kind of a confirmation of some of the theories of Noam Chomsky in certain respects. The idea of a universal innate grammatical competence that human beings share, and that human languages seem to share certain basic universal grammatical properties. Well, here we have a language that seems to fit that very bill very directly, and it's very old. And interestingly enough, just to sweeten the pot, I don't mention this in the Giza Death Star, but I'll mention it here. These Almira Indians build these reed boats with very high prows. And guess what boats they look the most alike to? Ancient Egyptian barks.
Oh my goodness.
You can actually see pictures of these Almira Indian boats, and if you look at them and then compare some of those ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, you'll see an amazing and astonishing architectural and engineering similarity between these boats. So, there's yet another little tantalizing thing that just really defy conventional academic explanations. And again, I think you have to entertain at this point in the game, with so many researchers out there talking about all of the different aspects of this problem, I think the mountain of evidence is to this point strong enough that it should be academically entertained. I mean, you should be hearing about this stuff in the universities, and of course you're not.
Well, you're right. Well, there's a lot of things we should be doing in our universities.
True.
And our other lower school grades that are not being done.
Yes.
And it really boggles my mind, Joseph.
Yes, it does mine too. That's why I got out of it.
Yeah. I understand. Well, the Amazon, I know that years ago someone gave me a book by Berlitz, and there was a photograph in there of like a satellite photograph or from a high-flying airplane of jungle, and there was a series of what looked to be pyramids in this jungle, and it was said that no one had successfully gone in there and ever come back.
Well, now there is a subject we haven't touched on.
Oh, good. Let's
And to be honest with you, I only skimmed the top of it, and to be honest, I can't even remember in which book I did. Isn't that weird? But there was an expedition into the Amazon.
Yes.
By the famous Colonel Percy Fawcett, British colonel and archaeologist, into the Amazon because he had heard rumors and tales from some of his Indian guides and so on that there existed deep within the Amazon jungles cities, lost cities, that were lit, according to their legends, by crystals that glowed.
Yeah.
And, of course, he, being an archaeologist, wanted to go find these things, so off the intrepid Colonel Fawcett went. and was never heard from again. You know, and the expedition is fairly famous. Well, I got to digging around in my researches for the pyramid books, and just kind of thought that was another little confirmation. Here again, we have this legend of crystals and so on and so forth, and lost civilizations. Well, interestingly enough, one of the most sensational things I uncovered, I even mentioned this in the footnote, and again, I apologize to your listeners, I can't even remember which one of my own books I put it in, but tells me I ought to go back and read them, You know, when you finish a book, it's the closest thing men ever come to giving birth. So when you finish, you just tend to forget about them. So anyway, in this footnote, I mentioned it in the footnote because I ran across this thing and I wanted to mention it in the main text, but I just couldn't really dig up any more information about it. But there was a famous German archaeologist between the wars that thought, well, Fawcett was being rather stupid. Why don't we just fly over the area with one of our Zeppelins? And in fact, he actually proposed using the Graf Zeppelin, which was kind of the earlier, smaller version of the Hindenburg, and just fly over the region and do all sorts of fancy camera work with it and, literally do archaeology from the air. That was his phrase. And he actually started to put this expedition together. He'd contacted the Zeppelin company in Germany, and they were willing if the price was right, because, after all, this was one of their transatlantic airships, carrying people back and forth. And the expedition was all ready to go, and then, of course, the Graf Zeppelin was struck by lightning, and since it was filled with hydrogen, it blew up. So the expedition never came off. But I mention this because, to me, it is extremely interesting that they are using satellites now, not only, in my suspicion, to take photographs of these, and they have seen these pyramids and so on, not only to take photographs of them, but my suspicion is, Georgianne, they're doing a lot more. Namely, they're doing, they're doing radar tomography. In other words, underground mapping.
Yes.
With these satellites. And they're not talking. They're not talking. And incidentally, I know you, I know you talk a great deal with Jerry Smith, a fellow Adventures Unlimited author. And you know that he has a book out about HAARP,
right.
The High Altitude Auroral Research Project. Well, it's my suspicion and that of a few others, and it really began to be voiced by Dr. Nick Begich back when he first wrote his book, Angels Don't Play This Harp. He mentioned it only in passing, but I think it's one of the most significant things. He mentioned that HAARP might be capable of aiding or assisting in radar tomography, in other words, underground penetrating radar to map underground caverns and fissures and so on and so forth. It's my suspicion that now that HAARP is full power, that it is probably capable of doing radar tomography of the moon.
Oh, my goodness.
So you see, somebody, put all this together, connect all the dots. Somebody somewhere is doing an awful lot of digging.
Oh, yeah.
And they're doing it in a very sneaky, clever, technologically sophisticated way that they never have to turn a spade of dirt and let anybody else know they're doing it.
Right.
Right.
What was the name of the man? Fawcett?
Percy Fawcett. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. In Nevada,
mm-hmm.
here last year,
mm-hmm.
a highly experienced aviator
mm-hmm.
by the name of Steve Fawcett
mm-hmm.
came up missing. They could not find the wreckage of his airplane.
Huh.
And my goodness, they found airplane wreckage from decades ago, but they couldn't find him.
Right.
I just thought it strange. His name is Fawcett, too.
Well, Percy Fawcett, that expedition was one of the most famous archaeological failures on record, because he was a well-known archaeologist, a certain amount of respect in the community, and he had done Amazon expeditions before, so he had experience. He knew which Indian guides to contact and do this sort of thing. So it's not as if we're talking about an amateur here.
Right.
But, to have some, and besides that, of course, he had a military background. So, that we're talking about someone of his caliber disappearing into the jungles of the Amazon and never being heard from again, that's rather significant, I think. And of course, all sorts of speculations and stories have arisen about what might have happened to him since then. But, the bottom line is nobody knows.
Well, when I saw this photograph, Joseph, these things are all overgrown by jungle.
Oh, yes.
And there's one huge one, and they say it would dwarf the size of the pyramid at Giza, the main one. They said it's huge. And then there are a series of smaller ones, each one smaller than the next.
Well, if you find the link to that picture, I'd love to see it, because, what I find interesting is you mentioned the jungle overgrowth.
Yes.
Well, in 2006, I think it was, National Geographic ran an article about a similar discovery in Central America of a Mayan pyramid that they didn't even know was there, because it had overgrown so much with jungle and dirt and trees and stuff that people just thought it was a mountain, until somebody, got looking at it and noticed, hey, mountains don't have four neat sides.
Right.
So they dug, and lo and behold, they find this lost Mayan pyramid, and, that work is still going on. So those things are there. I mean, it's not as if they're not.
Well, Guatemala is rich with these kind of buildings and artifacts and things.
Right.
A lot of thievery has
yes.
gone on. Yeah. True. Oh, my goodness. Well, there's another weapon. And it was referred to as the flood wind weapon.
Yes.
Migalgal. And it produced a blinding light. And that reminded me when the messengers, the angels of God, went to Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah, and they had, remember the story, this blinding light. I'm wondering if they had this weapon.
Well, it's interesting. Certainly, I am increasingly inclined to view some passages in the Old Testament as being descriptions of the use of a technology of some sort.
Yes.
And again, I stress the fact that I'm not putting that in opposition to the standard spiritual explanations at all.
Exactly.
But, because that's the ancient frame of mind. They don't have this nice, modern, Western European post-Enlightenment neat, tidy division of the spiritual and the physical. They just don't. And the sooner we get used to that fact, the better off we'll all be. A lot of church history will be more intelligible if one can overcome that opposition. But in terms of the flood weapon, the wind weapon, or the Megalgal in the Sumerian texts, and that's a term, incidentally, that is reserved solely in those texts for divine weapons of mass destruction. I should stress that fact.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what it means. That's what it always occurs in those contexts. Well, I would be inclined to follow the academic reading of such descriptions as being merely mythological, if it were not for the fact that in so many other Sumerian myths, You have lengthy passages, like in the Enuma Elish that I talk about in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, and the Lugal A and the exploits of Ninurta that I talk about in the Cosmic War, and you know those books. I've reproduced those passages, quoted them at length.
I know, and I've underlined all of them.
Well, you know, I've quoted them at length, and I've quoted standard academic translations to boot. I'm not quoting or making my own translations. I'm not exposing myself to the accusation that so many critics have hurled at Zecharia Sitchin for mistranslating things.
Right.
Because I'm using accepted academic translations into English. And I quote them at length in those books because I want people to be able to see that when I start breaking them down and analyzing them in terms of some of these modern alternative physics notions, that is exactly what they're describing. So that when we turn to expressions like the wind weapon, the flood weapon, the great blinding crystals, and so on and so forth, that are described not at any great length, but just kind of in passing in some other passages, you can see, or at least your mind is open to the possibility, that these references, too, are describing something technological in nature. And when we're dealing with, you know, wind weapons and flood weapons, well, the very idea of using weather as a weapon is yet again a modern idea. It only begins to be really talked about seriously in military circles after the end of World War II, when at least the theoretical physics and some of the basic rudimentary technologies for being able to manipulate weather are coming into existence. So again, you know, I look at expressions like that, and I have to say that we cannot, if we are capable of envisioning such things, you know, and Jerry Smith, again, to go back to his book, Weather Warfare, for a moment, he's done an enormous amount of documentation on what they're actually thinking and the technologies they're actually proposing to do this with. So the idea is not far-fetched. Well, if we posit the idea of an ancient high civilization that had a sophisticated science like I've been suggesting in these books, then certainly, if they can blow up planets, they're certainly capable of manipulating weather on a planetary scale, you know. And that's exactly, incidentally, what you find, as you've mentioned, in these ancient Sumerian mythologies. You find them doing exactly that.
Yeah, Thor through his
thunderbolt. Or Zeus through his thunderbolt. You know, well, who is he throwing them at?
Yes, exactly.
And, you know, you mentioned the thunderbolt. In the Cosmic War, I reproduce a frieze of the Sumerian god Ninurta that was found on a palace wall of Ashurbanipal, the famous Assyrian king. And Ninurta is holding, in his right hand, he is holding this divine thunderbolt. And I reproduce this because the shape of the thunderbolt that he's holding looks like a pitchfork. You know, you take the end off of two pitchforks, make it a three-pronged pitchfork. You take the end of two pitchforks off and then glue them together so that each pitchfork is kind of back-to-back to each other. Well, this is what that divine thunderbolt in Ninurta's hand on this frieze that I put the picture in the book looks like. Well, interestingly enough, that same shape, almost identical shape, can be reproduced in a plasma physics laboratory as a plasma discharge. You know, so again, even in the artistic depictions, we may be looking at a residue of something that was deliberately preserved, although they didn't know why they were doing it. They just knew that this is what Ninurta's thunderbolt or Zeus's or Thor's or whoever looked like. The question is, how did they know that?
Yeah, how did they know that, and where did they get it from?
And where did they get it from?
Now, which is older, the Hebrew or the Sumerian?
The Sumerian.
Okay.
The Sumerian.
How much older?
Well, it depends on which aspect of their mythological tradition you look at. I mean, there are hundreds of tablets and so on.
Oh, yes.
If not thousands.
Yeah, they say that there are you can't even count them in
right.
the basement of the British Museum.
Yeah, and most of them untranslated.
Right.
Which I, again, find suspicious.
Yeah, me too.
But, no, the Sumerian, it depends on which particular myth you're looking at, but there are certain tablets, for example, of the myth of Anzu that were found at Tel Amarna in Egypt that were found in a strata that would date it to circa 1500 BC. So that is slightly ahead of the Exodus of the Hebrews, and by a standard conventional and traditional dating, not a modern higher critical dating of the Torah or the Pentateuch or the first 5 books of the Old Testament. That would place it approximately 100 to 150 years ahead of their composition. So, it depends on which myth you're looking at in terms of a comparison.
What is the oldest known text of the Torah?
Well, it would be the Pentateuch. It would be all of it. If you look at certain
well, I know, Joseph, a lot of it was written, passed down in oral tradition.
Well, that is a scholarly theory. This will probably be one of the subjects we will be discussing at great length, in the series on the other book that just came out. But I am not a subscriber to most modern schools of biblical scholarship because...
Praise God for that.
Well, because the effort began in the 18th century. It has some very murky and suspicious beginnings, too, that most people are unaware of, and when you read them in that new book, you will be dumbfounded what they are. You will literally be dumbfounded.
Yeah, and Joseph is absolutely telling you the truth. You've got to get this new book.
Well, it's a monster, but in any case, I'm not a subscriber to the whole enterprise of higher criticism for a number of complicated historical and theological reasons that would get us far afield from the subject tonight. But I'm very suspicious of the whole oral transmission and tradition idea that has been used a great deal in those scholarly explanations of how the text was handed down. I'm extremely suspicious of them. They seem to me to fly in the face of the standard scribal and priestcraft tradition of that region of the world, which was meticulous in not only its setting down of important things in written form, but extremely meticulous in the mechanisms that it put into place to make sure that accurate copies were transcribed. So, I'm just not of a piece with that whole higher critical enterprise. And even then, they get the whole oral tradition argument wrong. They like to teach you in seminaries about the parlor game where you whisper something in someone's ear and they whisper it in somebody else and you go around the circle and the story has changed completely, and poof, that proves the fact that you cannot transmit anything safely or securely by means of oral tradition. Well, every old society in the world, you go to the Aborigines in Australia, and their oral traditions are literally memorized, so that they can be recited word for word, and that's the way things have been passed down. So, we have this modern Western European presumption, not only about
progress scientifically, but about devolution textually. That just does not, to my mind, square too well with the known facts of that region of the world. I'm just not a subscriber to that whole academic enterprise.
Well, okay. If we go back to our crystals, the crystal skull, all of that, what about the Tower of Babel, Joseph? Is there any indication that, because Scripture says, that God looked into what they were doing, and he went down there and he says, oh boy, if those people are allowed to do this, they'll be able to do anything. So, it had to do with some kind of technology.
Oh, yeah, so I think very clearly it does. And again, I'm not ruling out of the equation or the picture the standard traditional spiritual explanation.
Right.
I'm not trying to do that. I want to emphasize that to people. I'm simply trying to ask them to look at another aspect of the problem, and more importantly, to look at what the text actually says, and what it actually says is precisely what you just said, and that is that they would be able to do whatsoever they imagined to do.
Yes, imagined.
Yeah, imagined to do.
Interesting word.
Interesting word. I'm not certain of what the Hebrew underlying is, but the King James translation there is interesting because they use that specific word. And to me, it's interesting in that it does not appear to be so much a moral judgment as it were a political one. It's almost as if we have a case of the United States worrying about Iran possessing nuclear weapons, and no one else can have our kind of toys on the block but us.
Yeah.
Or the Russians, we grudgingly let them have it because they have it. But, it sounds to me like something political as much as moral is going on there. And it does seem to imply a technology. And it's very interesting when you get into the biblical and Sumerian connections between them. Because the Sumerian god, Ninurta, who is, of course, the god that's put in charge of going after these stolen tablets of destinies and, of course, fighting a war to regain them. Well, his name in certain Sumerian dialects was spelled N as in Nancy, M, R, and in some cases, D. N-M-R-D. Nimrod.
Wow.
So in other words, there is even a Sumerian background to that passage, most likely. Because the name Nimrod, when translated into other dialects, is Ninurta.
Ninurta, yeah.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, people might object, well, that can't be because Nimrod is bad and he's trying to set up this world empire and do all these bad things. He's a mighty hunter before men, yada, yada, yada. And Ninurta is this good guy trying to regain these tablets of destinies and prevent their evil use. Okay? Well, it happens to be the case that Ninurta, if you look at the Sumerian legends, does exactly what everybody else does who gets their hands on these tablets of destinies. Once he recovers them after this war, what does he do? He keeps them for himself. So,
what's changed?
Yeah, what's changed, It's like I said before. It's like we're watching a bad soap opera, and it doesn't matter which one we tune into, CBS, NBC, or ABC. It's the same soap opera. To me, it's just one of those amazing little quote-unquote coincidences
that really, to me, says that, again, we're dealing here probably with a dimly remembered history, and that we cannot discount these things. You know, the higher critics of the Old Testament, or liberal critics, or whatever you wish to call them, just have a real hard time wrapping their mind around anything prior to, maybe Exodus chapter 3 as having any real historical validity. Well, to me, the other problem that this spells is, why then do you have such weird common little themes like I just disclosed? Why do you have these dimly remembered memories and presented slightly differently in every world culture? But they're still there. You can't get rid of them just by wishing they'd go away.
Well, now, Joseph, I've had a stroke in the past. And when this happened, the printed word didn't look right. Even though in my mind, in my head, I knew how to spell the word cat, C-A-T.
Right.
But it didn't look right when I would spell it. When I would hear somebody talk, it was like they were talking in a foreign language, and I couldn't understand them. And it took a lot of time and tears and hours in front of a computer forcing myself to write, just write anything as long as I was writing.
Right.
And eventually, my brain rebuilt new pathways.
Right.
Okay. Tower of Babel. Everybody's language is confused.
It's scrambled.
And when I read that, and then I had this stroke, I thought of that, and I wondered, could this have been some technology?
Oh, sure. I think
that caused the people to, kind of like have a stroke.
Right. I have no doubt that this is probably, building on the foundation we've been building in all these sessions. I have no doubt that something like that is probably the cause of what happened or occurred there. Because one of the interesting things about linguistics, and that's kind of another hobby of mine, is that if you look at the kind of transformational generative approach that Chomsky pioneered, and that basically has become more or less the foundation of modern linguistic study, you will find these odd, almost universal grammatical constructions that the human mind is able to conceive of. But interestingly enough, the linguists before him were after kind of a different thing in a different way. They weren't trying to approach it deductively like Chomsky. They were trying to approach it inductively. And they would point out, by comparative etymology, the similarities between languages in weird ways.
Yes.
For example, the German word gross, G-R-O-S-S, it means big or great or grand. But listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the smallest little unit of sound that I'm using, which is ger, G-R, okay? Well, interestingly enough, in language types, like the Romance language, grandir in French, grande, grand in English, but you can find the same sort of GR phoneme, as a linguist would call it, in Dutch, groot, where the G is softened. You can find it in the Slavic, in Russian, хороший, but that doesn't mean grand or great, it means good. So, the linguists were looking at these things and they were saying, well, why that sound for these specific things? great, grand, good, a big harvest or a great harvest is good, things of this nature. So there's all sorts of these strange little things that keep popping up even there. And, they were really after the quest in the 19th century in linguistics. They were after the quest for kind of a monogenesis. They were looking at, or for, the possibility that all human languages come from or stem from some common root. And, of course, the biblical story is that it did. But, you find similar legends in the most unlikely places. So, the Bible is not unique in this particular case. It's just preserving something that appears to be a legacy of something far older that humanity remembers for whatever reason. And I think you're right here. I think that scrambling kind of screwed up the neural pathways so that Germans and Dutchmen couldn't talk to each other anymore in spite of the similarity of their languages. Or French, or Italians and Spaniards, or Spaniards and Portuguese, I was kind of dumbfounded, I thought of that because I downloaded a document recently in my researches that was in Portuguese, and, I know a smattering of Spanish, enough to get me in trouble. So I'm looking at this thing, I'm trying to figure out what does this say, and I finally realized I'm not reading Spanish because I recognized one of the word roots as being Portuguese. So, then it all kind of unraveled for me, and I thought, well, you blockhead, that's why.
Portuguese is a softer
language
than Spanish.
Yes, it is. It is
more musical.
Yeah, and all those Romance languages are, of course, really related because they're dialects that decayed over the centuries of Latin. So, you get all of these strange things that go on in human languages. And I do think that there is something to the idea that maybe something was done that scrambled the neural pathways of certain groups of people that had been speaking one language before, that they could no longer understand each other. And I think that's an interesting, if you look at it again, if you look at the biblical story again from this kind of political point of view, that's an interesting strategy.
Oh, yes.
Because, it's my supposition, and I mentioned this in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, it's my supposition that besides one language of everyday ordinary discourse, that they had one language of science. In other words, they had a profoundly unified physics. And it was probably profoundly unified with biology as well. So the thing to do if you're dealing with someone of that scientific sophistication, which in turn would represent a vast potential power and ability to lord it over others, so to speak, who weren't as sophisticated, the perfect way to unhinge that whole enterprise is not by blowing up their planet. Why deal with it with sledgehammers when you can simply plant, so to speak, a computer virus and simply make them be able to understand each other?
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
It's sneaky and it's dirty and it's rotten and it's precisely the sort of thing you would do against someone in that position.
Sure.
So, it's a story that, to me, I'm sorry, higher critics, if any of you are listening, it's a story, to me, that makes political and technological sense.
Yes, it does. Yes. Well, okay. When we talk about ancient texts, the Torah, particularly the Torah, has different levels of meaning hidden in it. Hebrew seems to facilitate that.
Oh, yes, very
well.
Yes,
yeah.
it does.
And, you know, one man can read one passage and come up with one idea, and the guy next door reads the same passage, Joseph, and he has a different level, a different take on it, and they, you know, and then they start butting heads. I'm right. No, I'm right.
Well, in terms of just the whole Bible and Bible only doctrine, you and I have talked at great length off the air. I do not come at it from that theological tradition at all.
I don't either.
But you know,
so many.
It's not just the fault of the Hebrew. I mean, you know, you can say that of any language translation of the Old Testament, or for that matter, the New. You get a situation where this Bible and Bible only religion has given us 30,000 different flavors of Protestant evangelicalism. You know, each with their own slightly different emphasis. You know, I'm just not sympathetic to that. I'm not from that tradition. I have no sympathy with it for it. It just leaves me cold. But it is true to answer your question about the Hebrew.
Okay.
It is true that Hebrew is an extremely flexible, it's a powerful language in the sense that a computer programming language is powerful. It is able to do things, to convey with great concision a great deal of sophistication. Greek is another of these languages that does the same thing. German is another. Russian, you know, any of these languages, the older they are, it seems to be the more sophisticated and powerful a language that they are. Hebrew, there are peculiarities of the Hebrew that make it so. So it's natural that you can have these sorts of arguments erupting, because it is capable of so many, as you say, and I think rightly and very aptly, it does exist. That text does exist on a multitude of levels. So, you know, it's only normal in a certain sense that these things arise.
Well, sure, you know, but it seems as though, you know, there's things coded in there that were not understood until the advent of the computer.
Well, you know, I've looked into the Bible code. I'm not yet decided one way or the other about it. I've noticed some strange peculiarities.
Yes.
But then again, I think that there may have been some methodological inconsistencies with it. So, you know, on that question, I'm not prepared to go there yet. But with the idea that concepts are there,
yes,
with the idea that there may be technologies that we're dealing with there, that this is yet another piece of this ancient, pre-existing, very high civilization puzzle, that I definitely think is there. But again, as I've mentioned many times before in these installments, I'm reluctant to comment at great length about them because I'm not quite certain in my mind, number one, how to go about them, and number two, even if I were inclined to do so, I would have to literally take your listenership through an unlearning process to get out of their heads this modern American Baptist civil religion thing that people think is early Christianity or biblical Christianity, and re-educate them in the plain, hard, bald, naked, unpleasant facts that religion never existed before the 16th century.
You're right.
So, you know, unpleasant as that may sound, but for me to comment, I would literally have to do so much theological spadework in preparation for anything that I might say to be intelligible, that it's very, very difficult for me to comment any further. I feel reasonably secure in saying that I do think in a few instances, like you point out with the Tower of Babel and things of this sort, that we are dealing most probably with a technology of some sort that is in play. But the context for understanding it, to me, seems to be clearly indicated by the fact that the Old Testament is a book and the Hebrews are a people.
Yes.
That move back and forth between Sumer and Egypt. That's our clue. That's our context. And therefore, to understand these things, we have to go to that wider cultural context in which they move and look at those myths and see what's going on there. And then I think we're in a position, possibly, to make some preliminary conclusions. And, even then, I think we have to be careful because we also have to put the Sumerian and Egyptian context for all of this academic speculation into an even wider context that would include China and India and Mesoamerica and South America and Scandinavia and so on, because all of these cultures have their own versions of this story.
That's true. And it's amazing that the story is so similar.
Well, yeah, let's cite one example. The Exodus,
Yes.
the incident of the burning bush. Moses comes along, God talks to him out of the burning bush that's burning and not consumed. Okay? Well, interestingly enough, I think it's either the it's the Omaha Indians in North America that have a legend of God creating things out of a burning bush.
Yes.
And and I mentioned this in the Cosmic War. And then, as if to compound matters, the animals then set off into the 4 cardinal compass points. Which to me sounds, again, a little suspiciously too much like the description of the Garden of Eden and the 4 rivers and so on and so forth. Which of these versions are we to take as the original?
That's a good question.
Yeah. And even barring that question, if you don't want to go there,
Yeah.
then there is an even bigger and much more unpleasant question. And that is, how do the Omaha Indians know about it?
Yes. Yeah.
Who told them? Ancient Hebrews? Unlikely. Ancient Egyptians? A little more likely, but why would they be telling the story?
Yeah.
So, any way we slice this historical pie, it gets more and more difficult. That's why I'm so very, very hesitant to address the theological issues, because they and the historical issues are related.
Yes, they are.
They dovetail into each other very, very peculiarly, and I don't think that I or anyone else in this alternative field of research has yet assembled enough of the pieces into a coherent theoretical framework, because, number one, there are so many pieces to assemble.
Yes.
It's not just a few anomalous artifacts or tablets or things of this sort here and there that we're dealing with. We're dealing with vast volumes of literature that, in our case, in the English language, aren't even translated into English. The Mahabharata is several volumes in the Sanskrit, and yet the whole thing has never been translated, at least not to my knowledge, and if it has, it's not easily available. I mentioned the Kang Shur in the last episode, the Tibetan Buddhist volume, or epic. Again, you're dealing with hundreds of volumes, never been translated or even seen in any Western language, much less the volumes themselves. There's just vast amounts of this material. So to sit down and be able to sift it all and put it into a coherent whole, that's why I always say in my books, I am offering a hypothesis here,
yes,
not a theory, because there's so much more data that one would have to assimilate and consume and then put together to make a theory.
Oh, yes.
It's just a daunting enterprise.
Well, Joseph, when we look at, just briefly, in Genesis, the flaming sword that guards, that God put there to guard, so keep people out. That's, I don't know. I mean, that's a technology of some kind.
Well, yes, again, it would seem so. There, I think you have an interesting spiritual implication.
Oh, yes.
Because what he's trying to do is protect mankind from going back and eating of the tree of life. The implication being
Hillary
that
Clinton could live forever.
The implication being that mankind would achieve such longevity in his state of evil.
Yes.
And I mentioned this in the Giza Death Star, but not in specific reference to the fall of man and the banishment from Eden. But I do mention this general idea in at the end of the Giza Death Star. If you can imagine, and one interesting thing, a parallel between the Old Testament and some of these Sumerian myths, is that they both indicate that people at one time lived a lot longer.
Oh, yes.
Lot. The Bible is really kind of a piker when you compare its ages for the antediluvian patriarchs.
Oh, yeah.
To the ages
King's
of
list.
to the Sumerian king's list, or for that matter to Manetho's list of the Shem-Suhor, the Shem-Suhor kings in Egypt, who also lived these enormously long lifespans. So I posed the question in the Giza Death Star. Well, if we had a sophisticated science, we had a sophisticated medical science and genetic science and everything else that went with it. And people probably did live a whole lot longer. So if you can imagine a Mother Teresa having thousands of years to do her work, but you could also imagine a Joseph Stalin or an Adolf Hitler or a Chairman Mao doing the same thing. Excuse me. And it's interesting that an early Christian saint, a 4th century saint by the name of St. John Chrysostom, comes right out and says in one of his commentaries on the New Testament that the reason that mankind dies is it cuts off his growth in evil. It is actually death which gives mankind the possibility of repentance and not becoming so corrupted in evil that he cannot ever get out of it.
Well, that's a good point, because remember before the flood how long people were living, and that...
that's my point.
Yeah, and God said, I've got to go down there and get rid of this. I've got to wipe it out. Because men's hearts were continually focused on evil. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, and the consequence here, let's look at the technological aspect of what's being said there.
Yes.
Because if you can imagine a society where human beings, ordinary, off-the-street human beings, are living hundreds, if not thousands of years, then the growth of that society's science will be exponential.
Oh, yes.
Because you will not have to recycle all of human knowledge within every generation of 20 to 30 years. Instead of having people focused on their own narrow discipline, they will have time to assimilate others. So in other words, you will have a society where the literacy in almost every field of human academic endeavor is exponentially higher, not only within that field, but across them. So, in other words, you are dealing with something not, and again, I've mentioned this before, but I mention it again, in reference to the Tower of Babel.
Yes.
You are dealing with a society that has a profoundly unified science. At the highest levels, there is no real distinction between psychology, philosophy, and religion, or between physics and biology and, socioanthropology and so on. It is that formally explicit because they have the time to develop it. Whereas we are in the position that our famous scientists go down in life for maybe one or two important discoveries, and then that's it. So the picture of society is very different. And in this respect, again, this is why I strongly think that the modern biblical critics and academics of biblical studies are simply missing the picture. Because all the indicators for the existence of this society is there, and therefore the biblical story, or the biblical version of it, is no less able to be seen as referring to something historical. But we've got to take our spiritual blinders off and quit looking at it as solely a spiritual thing. There's also a politics and a science implied. As the further back you go in the Old Testament, the more that is the case.
Yes. Amazing, but that's true. You and I have talked about Moses, and we've talked about Lucifer. And Lucifer, it says, that he was created, and the workmanship, that's an interesting word, of thy tabrets and of thy pipes was prepared in the day. They were perfect when they were created. Okay. It's almost, Joseph, like they're talking about a machine or something that is not, it's not human, whatever it is. And it lost its covering. And after that, we've had a lot of problems. But were there, I wonder if crystals were involved in this entity.
Oh, yes. You have to, you read no further than Ezekiel, where it mentions the stones in Lucifer's crown. And I've referred to this before, I think, way back in the second or third installment. And I mentioned it in the Giza Death Star Destroyed in the second to the final chapter, that Lucifer's crown has 12 crystals.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And they are exactly the same stones that you find in the high priest's ephod.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
So,
yes.
and interestingly enough, Ezekiel presents things in almost a Sumerian way, because it's when Lucifer loses that crown.
Yes.
Or it's kind of like Ezekiel had been sitting down reading J.R.R. Tolkien's Silmarillion, because when he loses that crown, he loses something of his power and authority and hegemony over things, and falls. Now, I should stress that the biblical account there permits you either to say that he fell and then the crown was taken away from him, or as a result of losing his crown, he fell. You see, this is a slight distinction.
Yeah.
But again, I think, we can entertain safely without losing sight of the spiritual dimensions of things. I think we can entertain safely that there's a technology involved. And again, it's very peculiar that these things wind up the Jewish high priest's ephod.
Yeah, well, when you look at that ephod and the way it's described, I see a telephone keypad.
A keypad, telephone keypad would be very similar to the arrangement of the stones on the ephod.
Yeah. Calling home.
Yeah, so to speak, yeah.
Well, there's 2 stones missing, are there not?
Well, interestingly enough, I get into that in the Giza Death Star Destroyed because, it's obviously these are stones of power again.
Yes.
We have 12 stones, 12 tribes, 12 signs of the Zodiac, and so on and so forth. So again, we're confronted with all these odd little esoteric connections that are there, but most people don't want to think about them.
Yeah.
But there was a book published, I forget the exact title, I cited in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, where some English researchers traced some of these ephod stones through the centuries via the Templars and ended up at some little hidden cache in an old English churchyard where they found 3 stones that were onyx and beryl and jasper, I think were the 3 that they found. And I believe it was the onyx stone that had some, as they soon discovered, some rather peculiar properties. So in other words, to me, I mention this story because clearly somebody out there is looking for this stuff that seems to go missing from time to time.
Well, it's been suggested that was one of the reasons that they wanted to go into Iraq, was to try to find something.
Well, I several installments ago I mentioned this, that prior to our invasion by the United States and the United Kingdom, the French and the British had archaeological teams there digging around Iraq for Saddam Hussein at his behest. And prior to the invasion, those teams were told, we're coming in, you'd better get out, if you want to be safe.
Yes.
So the French and the Germans, they pull their archaeological teams out of there. Now, interestingly enough, the Germans were the ones that kept the catalog of what they were digging up and putting into the Baghdad Museum. And there's that connection again to Germany.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and we get there. We have the Baghdad Museum looting, which, if you dig into the story, it appears to be an inside job by somebody, although most people think we did it. I'm not in that school. I think it was either the French or the Germans, or possibly both.
Yeah.
Okay?
I agree.
The reason I say that is that the German government's Bundesnachrichtendienst, which is kind of their kinder, gentler Gestapo, I guess you'd call it, would have a very heavy on-the-ground presence to this day in Iraq. These are the same people that brought Andreas Strassmeyer out of this country, after the Oklahoma City bombing. That's a whole other story. But they have a very capable intelligence service, just like the Russians and the Israelis and just about any other major influential country in the world. So they have this heavy presence there, and could have easily pulled off something like that if they had the mind to. So I suspect, that there are any number of players or potential suspects behind that looting. But we were told that we went in there to prevent Saddam Hussein from getting weapons of mass destruction. Well, everybody thinks in terms of nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons.
Right.
But it is an interesting mythological context, because the whole point I'm making in the cosmic war concerning these tablets of destiny, these crystals of power, or whatever, is that if you read those mythological texts, they are clear in their implications that whatever these objects were, number one, some of them survived.
Yes.
Number two, they were hidden away. And in some cases, the text even hint that they were hidden around quote-unquote religious places or temples. You know, what better place to hide a weapon?
Oh, yes.
You know, put your A-bomb under the altar sort of thing. So, you know, it may have been that the powers that be that told us we're going in there looking for weapons of mass destruction were in their own way telling us the truth, but simply letting us draw the conclusion that, well, we're looking for weapons of mass destruction, we're looking for atomic bombs and poison gas and things of this nature, when in fact we may have been looking for what exactly Saddam Hussein was looking for. You know, he considered himself a reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar.
Yes.
You know, well, it's just very interesting. You know, what's this man, this dictator, whose library is full of works of Stalin and Hitler?
Yeah.
You know, and one only can guess at what else. Why is he sponsoring these digs, and what's he really looking for? So I don't rule that out of possibility. I don't rule that out of court at all. And it's the favored method of operation of these people to combine several objectives for an operation into one neat, tidy little package.
Of course.
And I mentioned Germany, and I think I've mentioned this before. You know, Germany had a heavy on-the-ground presence in Iraq during World War II, and in fact, even prior to it. Vast networks of spies inside of Iraq. They helped sponsor the 1941 Iraqi coup. They put into place a pro-Nazi government. And, of course, the British had to go in and clean it out in 1943. So they had a heavy on-the-ground presence. But even then, you know, even after the British military invasion in 1943, that German network, that Nazi network, was still on the ground and still inside of Iraq. And the reason I say that is because, you know, in July of 1944, the bomb plot took place against Hitler. Hitler executed a bunch of people, and he executed the admiral that was the head of German military intelligence. His name was Admiral Wilhelm Canaris. And Canaris was the one that was running this network of spies inside of Iraq. That network was turned over, of course, to Heinrich Himmler, to the SS. And Himmler, in turn, appointed an individual to head up specifically that Iraqi network of spies. And he happened to be none other than Baron Rudolf von Sebottendorf. And if you dig around long enough, you'll find that Baron Rudolf von Sebottendorf was the man that founded the Tula Gesellschaft, the secret society that helped midwife the Nazi Party into existence.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes. So, you know, here is a clear occult secret society connection, and now he's running that network of spies in Iraq. You know, and just to add a little final bit of icing to this very strange cake, you know, at the end of the war, von Sebottendorf turns up dead, floating in the Bosporus outside of Istanbul, Turkey. So, in other words, you know, there's all of these very weird, very strange goings-on in that country. And the strangest players are people like these representing interests of the great powers. So there's no question in my mind, none whatsoever, that there is a deeply covert and esoteric agenda taking place in that country, and it has precisely to do with recovering whatever they can of the elements of this lost technology. No doubt in my mind whatsoever.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Well, I can understand why they want to get their hands on that.
Sure.
And a lot of that technology could be in what was once called Persia.
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the other places that if you look at these mythological texts from that region, where they indicate things may have gone, Persia is the obvious place because, of course, the Persian invasion of Babylon, Cyrus the Great, of course, takes back to Shushan as much of the Babylonian treasures as he can lay his hands on, you know. So there's no doubt that some of that ancient Sumerian stuff made its way into Persia and disappears under the sands. Plus, you know, you have the Avestas, which are the old Zoroastrian texts that have always, you know, been associated with the region. So you've got all this taking place there. But the other thing that those texts, those Sumerian texts, indicate as possible places where that lost technology of power disappeared to is, of course, Egypt being one, and probably the primary one. But here's the real curveball. Read the text carefully enough, and you're going to discover that there are over and over and over and over, with an almost monotonous repetitiveness, this connection to Mars.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And so, you know, positing what we've posited for that civilization, some of that technology may have either come from there or at the end of this war made its way back there.
Wow. Yeah, I know that Mars is going to play a role in the future. I'm not just sure how, but
it already is. Why is there this mad scramble on the part of China, Japan, India, Russia, and Europe to go to the moon? And, you know, and they're all very clear, including us, that, well, the moon is just sort of the staging ground on the way to Mars.
Yes.
You know, well, why not Venus? You know, it's just as close, you know. So there's, to me, again, there's some reason everybody is heading in one direction. And there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that Mr. Hoagland is absolutely correct in his interpretation of the recent U.S. Navy satellite shoot-down.
Yes.
We were sending messages, political messages, to those other interested spacefaring nations that they better not go there.
Well, I don't doubt that one little bit. I'll tell you, Joseph, because it's, you know, I believe very strongly, and I was so glad when Richard Hoagland also said that, you know, there's this public space program.
And a secret covert one.
You betcha.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you know, I think there are certain people that have cars and run their houses, and it's not on solar, it's not on electricity, it is being done by some other technology that they're just not going to bring out and let us have.
Well, I have no doubt that there is a suppressed technology. I mean, you cannot read things like My SS Brotherhood of the Bell or Igor Vitkovsky's Truth About the Wunderwaffe and so on and so forth, or Henry Stevens' Hitler's Suppressed and Still Secret Weapons, you know, another excellent work. You cannot read books like that and come away with any other than the impression that somebody sure did a whole lot of something extraordinary inside of Nazi Germany, and it went somewhere. And
yes,
somebody has it now, you know. It didn't just stop.
Yes. Well, it's like you know, the ship, the Philadelphia.
Oh yeah.
You know, you know, and they say, well, you know, gee, that was dangerous stuff, and we're not going to mess with that.
Oh no,
give me a break.
No, listen. This new book coming out, I'm glad you brought that up, because we can bring that up now. Since the book is out, I can talk about it.
Oh, cool.
I combined a book on the Philadelphia experiment and the Nazi Bell very deliberately, because as readers of the book will find out, I believe that both of these super secret projects were rationalized on more or less the same scientific basis. Slightly different one in America than in Nazi Germany, but the basic conceptual thinking was there.
Yes.
And one of the things that I came to the conclusion, and it's way at the end of the book, you have to read, the whole thing to get it set up properly, is that, and this dumbfounded me, that no one has commented on this fact. I basically go back in the book and take the primary reliable sources for the story, namely Morris Jessup and Charles Berlitz and William Moore.
Yes.
And of course, it's the Berlitz-Moore book that really put that whole story on the map. And I go back and I actually find some of their primary sources, specifically the Varro edition of Jessup's work, and reprint some of that in this book. The Varro edition all but dropped off the face of the earth after Brad Steiger had published portions of it in Argosy magazine way back in the 1970s. It just sort of literally disappeared. And I did this for one reason, is to just kind of flesh out things that Berlitz and Moore do not say in the Philadelphia experiment, nor do I think they realize the significance of these things in Jessup's book. People may be asking, well, why is he writing a book about the Philadelphia experiment after writing a book about the cosmic war? And I don't do anything without, I don't do things haphazardly. There is a reason, and the reason is because the cosmic war is talked about in the Varro edition. And I have to put myself in the position of those Navy officers that had it printed up, because they're reading these annotations and they're scratching their heads and they're thinking, my word, there's something going on here. We better find out what it is. So they print this thing up, and in the Berlitz-Moore book, they say that it's distributed to the top Navy people on the Project Orbiter Committee. And Berlitz and Moore present a picture in their book, and they miss the significance of what they were seeing. And it's truly significant. It is a picture of the Project Orbiter Committee, and sure enough, sitting there at the table on the far left side of the picture are the two Navy officers that were mentioned in the whole Philadelphia experiment story. Standing dead center in the picture is the president of the company that prints the Varro edition for the Navy. Okay? With me?
Oh, yes.
But sitting on the opposite side of the table, kind of alone, as if he's holding court, is none other than Dr. Werner von Braun.
Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness. Yes, holding court.
So, holding court.
Yeah.
So, in other words, it's my speculation, based on everything that Berlitz and Moore say, based on everything that I've been leading up to in Reich of the Black Sun, in SS Brotherhood of the Bell, in Cosmic War, and so on and so forth, that when Berlitz and Moore said that this book, this annotated book of Morris Jessup's, was distributed to their top people, that since we have the presence of so many of those Project Orbiter Committee people in the story, that probably one of the recipients of that book is none other than Werner von Braun. Now, why is he getting a copy of a book about radar stealth, optical invisibility, and, of all things, teleportation? Well, isn't it peculiar? I then go on to note at the end of Secrets of the Unified Field. Isn't it peculiar that the Cooper Cantwheel Magic 12 documents
which some people still say are not authentic. And I haven't made up my mind. I must be honest with you. And I'll say why in a moment. But isn't it peculiar that those documents mention that it is precisely the paperclip Nazis that the military brings in to look at the Roswell wreckage because they suspect it looks kind of, quote-unquote, familiar?
Kind of.
And what do these Germans know about this? And one of the people mentioned explicitly is von Braun. Okay?
Wow.
So now my point is if those documents are not authentic and exercises in disinformation, then it would appear to be very well informed disinformation, because the only other piece of evidence, coincidentally or circumstantially, that exists that would suggest that von Braun was involved in something more than mere rocketry is his picture in this Project Orbiter committee with the very people that are receiving copies of this Varro annotated edition about the Philadelphia experiment. Oh, my word.
Oh, yes.
You see? So, in other words, this kind of connects the dots and corroborates the case I was making way back in SS Brotherhood of the Bell. And since the Varro annotations themselves clearly indicate that there is a technology and an ancient cosmic war,
yes.
you see, these are the threads that are all being put together in a very peculiar way. And you really can't just put it out there, without the proper preparation. What's this doing here? Well, the fact of the matter is, I think, is that somebody, if we take all the indicators and clues that are in the Secrets of the Unified Field, this new book of mine, and the previous books, and put them together, it's very clear that by at least 1957, somebody in our government, some group inside of it, has connected the dots in a very similar fashion.
Yes.
And I even present evidence way, way at the end of Secrets of the Unified Field that they were probably putting the dots together much earlier than that, because we actually sent a raiding party into Czechoslovakia in 1946, and I present these documents. I found them in the National Archives, and as far as I know, this is the first time these documents have been presented to the public. We actually sent a team of U.S. Army commandos inside of Czechoslovakia in 1946. Now, that is an act of war.
Yes.
Yeah. By any recognized standard of international law. What were we doing in Czechoslovakia? Well, these documents, I can't get into the detail, obviously, on the radio, but the book, it's in the book. But basically,
oh, what a cliffhanger! I love it.
Well, basically, the story is that we went in to take out some documents.
Yes.
Yes. Documents, and they come up with this wonderful cover story in the documents that I uncovered, and needless to say, the Czech government isn't buying. A minor international incident starts to ensue over this whole thing. But one thing is very interesting that these documents that I uncovered mention is that we were going in to take out 12,000 pounds of documents.
12,000
pounds. 6 tons.
Wow.
So in other words, this isn't going to be accomplished by a team of commandos, 4 or 5 men, parachuted into Czechoslovakia, stealing a folder from a safe and spiriting it back across the border.
Right.
This has got to be done with at least one truck.
Yes.
And enough people to lift all of this stuff.
Yes.
make sure it's crated and packaged properly, and so on and so forth, and get it out of there. So, you know,
amazing.
Yeah, it is, and it's even more so once you read these documents, because I reproduce them. I type them up so that you can actually read, you know, without having to squint, and then I reproduce a photocopy of the documents in the book so that you can actually see I'm not making this stuff up, you know. And I give the archive references and everything else for this. But, you know, what are we doing in Czechoslovakia looking for documents in 1946? So, you know, and I think I know the answer, but, you know, it would take a long time to explain and set up.
Okay. Well, someday.
Well, I want people to read the book, obviously. I don't want to spoil it.
Oh, Joseph, yes, absolutely. They've got to read the book. I am stunned by the information and your precision in your writing. I mean, you are very, very precise. And that is a real gift all by itself.
Well, you can thank the University of Oxford for that.
Wow.
You don't get through there without being precise.
Absolutely. Wow. You know, just kind of in closing, you know, I look at the word divine. In English, D-I is being two, and vine being vine. You know, the second vine. And that's always stuck in my head, as opposed to human, the vine or the second vine of what? You know, the fallen ones, hybrid, what, you know, I mean, lots of stuff goes through my head. But we have Moses. And Moses, just like a lot of other people in history throughout time, there's, you know, he's found floating in the river.
Yes.
No father.
Right.
You know, and I mean,
taken into the king's house.
Yeah.
Adopted as a son. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I hate to say this, but you look at Bill Clinton. They come out, oh, he you know, he really didn't have a father. Yeah, he's taken into the house of Rothschild. You know, I mean, these little vignettes that go through my head. But this business with Moses, he had a sapphire, you know, and do we think of that sapphire as maybe one of the tablets of destiny, maybe one of the missing stones from the ephod, or?
Well, I don't think that there is a direct connection with either.
Okay.
The sapphire that you speak of is in Hebrew sekthia, is, if you read carefully, it's, according to some traditions, it was the first form of the Ten Commandments. Were written on this. It was destroyed, and then, of course, he recarved it on just regular stone. But at least that's the Jewish tradition.
Okay.
But to me, it's interesting. Again, you have a crystal that is ultimately intended to be placed in the ark, which again is a suspiciously technological piece of equipment. You know, they've actually built replicas of the ark. I think the University of Minnesota or somebody up over east of me did this a few years ago. And they actually discovered that this thing was a capacitor. It stored enormous amounts of static electricity, you know, so you didn't, which would be, explainable on the way that the arc is constructed. But the unusual thing here is that there, again, you have this peculiar combination of technologies that would appear.
Yeah.
And another interesting thing, I think you actually mentioned it yourself in one of these earlier installations, that the inside of the coffer in the Great Pyramid is to the exact dimensions of the Ark of the Old Testament, of the Covenant. So again, we're dealing with, I think, pieces of a technology that become fragmented, number one, and declined from their original condition, number two. So it's hard telling. I don't think that there is a direct connection, but I do think that there is a connection in terms of this leitmotif that has been with us all along in terms of ascribing power to crystals and so on and so forth, that here again you find it in yet another place and in a peculiar place. So, Moses, I think, again, putting it into his context, after all, he reached the upper pinnacles of power and prestige in ancient Egyptian society. And, the biblical account of his conflict with the Egyptian priests appears to be a contest of whose magic, or if you will, science, is stronger. So, there are any number of things, and I even mentioned in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, I spend a great deal of time with this, in fact, in the Giza Death Star Destroyed. The whole episode of him taking the golden calf, melting it down, and burning it to the point that it becomes a powder.
Yes. Which
he has the people eat.
Oh.
Well, if you know anything about alchemical literature, this is alchemical from top to bottom. And as I mentioned in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, there is a strong possibility that's mentioned by Sir Lawrence Gardner, and I refer to this in the Giza Death Star Destroyed. There's a strong possibility that one of the places that Moses just happened to stop off along the way to Canaan during the wandering in Sinai was a temple that was found by Sir William Flinders Petrie, who, of course, is the pyramidologist of all pyramidology.
Yeah.
Even kind of the founder of modern Egyptology.
Didn't he do a little dance in a tutu? There's a story about him, I think, so he could get to go into the pyramid.
Well, I don't know about that, but the real point I'm making is Petrie found this temple in Sinai.
Yes.
Egyptian temple, where they found all of this white powder that had been under the stones of the temple, hidden away.
Wow.
And, if you examine this carefully, again, this appears to be that white powder of gold that is, again, a clear indicator, if you know the alchemical texts, of having achieved the philosopher's stone. So, here again, you have a technological reference popping up at the oddest place in the Old Testament, and with a clear Egyptian provenance.
Didn't the philosopher's stone allow, the legend with it is that it could cure any illness, you could live forever?
That's one of them.
Yeah. There are
many supposed or alleged powers that are ascribed to it. You have to be very careful in sifting through some of these alchemical texts, because again, I'm convinced that the way you must do so is on the basis of weird little parallels that are beginning to come out in modern scientific literature. Extremely weird ones.
Can you read Old German and Old Latin? I've got a ton of alchemical texts.
Yes, you mean read the Old German script?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I can do that.
Yeah. I had a friend that used to work in the British Museum, and my friend made a lot of copies of old things, and I wound up with them.
Yes, I can read that stuff.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, those would be very interesting to read.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the German ones. They're again, Germany for some reason seems to be the European locus for a lot of this activity, and it goes way, way back.
Yes.
The famous German-Swiss alchemist Paracelsus, and even earlier than that, you find some pretty strange goings on there. So, I'm not inclined to dismiss it because, one of the things that we have to ask ourselves. I'm writing a book right now in which alchemy is a major theme.
Oh my.
Yet the next installment in this vast literature I seem to be churning out. But one of the things that, the obvious question is that people are, for all of our scientific progress or alleged progress in the last 2 centuries, we are no more nor less rational than we have ever been.
Yeah. We certainly haven't got smarter.
Well, yeah, but, we certainly haven't got dumber either.
Yeah.
And, people way back in ancient times weren't irrational. In the New Testament itself it says that St. Joseph was minded to put St. Mary away, because virgins just don't conceive all that often.
Yeah.
So, there's rationality taking place, and people are observant and know these things. Well, the big question with alchemy then, you can trace it back to ancient Egypt. That's very clear. You can trace it back to ancient China, which is yet another one of those very strange connections.
Oh, yes.
So the question is, for all those centuries, while you have these alchemists toiling and laboring in their dark, murky, musky laboratories over crucibles and beakers and flasks and everything else, inhaling mercury vapors and all the other stuff,
Yeah.
In all those centuries that they're doing this, precisely in order to confect the philosopher's stone, if it had been so unsuccessful, why did they keep doing it?
Good question. Yeah.
Why were people engaged in such a futile exercise if there had been centuries of data to the contrary that it could not be done?
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is that if you read those alchemical texts, every now and then you'll come across one where it's the eureka moment. I did it. And you sense this kind of surprise in these texts that they had actually done, they'd followed all these very obscure and arcane recipes that are barely intelligible. And they'd look for the certain little clues that everyone, and there is one set of clues that stands out from China to Germany that you have been successful. And I'm not going to divulge it, because it's part of the new book. But there is a set of clues. Wow. And every now and then you run across somebody that, oh boy, I did it,
Yes.
And oops, now that I've done it and see what this stuff actually does, I better be very circumspect about who I tell and how I tell it.
You're not kidding.
So,
Whoa.
But it's very interesting to me that at the Renaissance you have several claims that have been made of a successful completion. And some of them are in circumstances that just leave you scratching your head. For example, King Charles XII of Sweden. When Sweden is at the height of her military power. Well, King Charles XII had condemned this Swedish general to execution for treason. And the general told him, well, spare my life if I show you how to make a philosopher's stone, transmute base metals into gold. Well, you can imagine the reaction of a hard-headed Swede like King Charles. But, he goes along with it. But he takes these extraordinary precautions against fraud. And yet at the end of this exercise, sure enough, much to everyone's surprise, it apparently was done. So, you have these stories, and you have to wonder that if this was indeed such a futile exercise, why did it survive for so many centuries?
Right.
And why was such care taken to make these alchemical texts both as revealing and as concealing simultaneously as they could possibly be?
Oh, it drives you crazy when you try to read them.
Oh yeah, it does. If you don't follow the clues to the modern scientific literature, and that's the story.
Oh, Joseph, you did it again.